This is the Lake County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on October 14th, 2025 in Board Chambers Administrative Building, Tavares, Florida.
Okay. Just waiting. We're waiting to go live. I think they saw my thumbs up. Oh, yep. We might have been waiting a really long time because apparently they didn't see my first thumbs up.
Aren't you supposed to sing and dance now? While we wait?
All right, we're almost ready. We're ready? Okay, all right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our October 14th, 2025 Lake County Board of County Commissioners meeting. We are glad that you're here with us today. We're going to open up our meeting with an invocation that will be given today by Melanie McGuffey from the Central Florida Free Thought Community. And then after that invocation, then we will remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, Commissioners, staff, and neighbors of Lake County. As we begin today's meeting, let us take a moment to reflect on what it means to serve. The choices made here today help shape the safety, opportunity, and quality of life for everyone who calls this county home. May we approach this work with focus, fairness, and a genuine desire to strengthen the community we proudly share together. This morning, we also recognize the centennial of the town of Lady Lake, 100 years of progress, perseverance, and local pride. From its early days along the railway to the thriving town it has become, Lady Lake's story reminds us that growth is built on commitment, cooperation, and care for our neighbors. As you deliberate today, may that same commitment guide your work. Respect for the past, responsibility in the present, and hope for the future. Let every discussion serve the people who entrust you with this responsibility and reflect the values that make this county thrive. May each decision made here contribute to a stronger, more connected Lake County for generations to come. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Melanie. Appreciate you being here today. Moving along then to our agenda update. Jennifer, do we have any changes?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm requesting that we pull tab 9 and requesting that we also add it to the October 8th Board of County Commissioners meeting, October 28th, sorry, Board of County Commissioners meeting.
Okay, and then I wanted to see about moving up Commissioner Parks' discussion about Heartwood Marsh, and would also ask that we include a discussion about 44B at that time. And we'll do that after we do our City of Claremont presentation and discussion. Okay, everyone's okay with that? Since we have the City of Claremont here today, we thought it would be better to not make them wait and have to stay to through the whole meeting.
That's fine, but I'd like to pull a tab off of consent, but I can wait until the consent to do that.
Yes, or if you want to just, we can wait till we get there.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we've got those changes. And now we're going to have our Employee Service Awards and Quarterly Awards, and Janine Nelson, HR Manager, will present those.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We're doing this morning our service awards. You're going to be recognizing employees who have reached significant milestones in their careers with Lake County, including some 20 and 25-year employees this morning, as well as we'll also be having 6 retiree recognitions and recognizing our quarterly award winners. We're going to start with 5 years of service. We have some firefighters that all started on the same day, July 20th, 2020. They are Cody Carpenter, Joseph Cashua, Joshua Gill, Carolina Hernandez, Brian Molina, and That would be on the 5-year. And then in our non-fire, we have Mike Olka, who began August 17th, 2020. He's a senior engineer with Public Works. We have Kimberly Pearson, who is an Office Associate 5 with the Office of Library Services. She began August 31st, 2020. Trevor Sadrich, August 31st, 2020. He's a security administrator with IT operations. I know some of those individuals are here this morning. Would you stand? I know Kimberly, as I saw her. Thank you. Let's recognize her. Thank you. 10 years, I have 2 firefighters who started in August of 2015, Jarek Jankowski and Bradley Shelley. Neither were able to make it, but let's recognize those individuals. A 15-year employee, Michael Fetzner, began his career with Lake County on August the 16th, 2010. He's a chief maintenance supervisor with the Office of Parks and Trails. I didn't see Michael here this morning, but let's recognize him in absentia also. With 20 years of service, we have Travis Newman. He began his career on August 15th, 2005. He's a roads team leader with the Office of Public Works. And Natalie Batista, she is also with Public Works as an Office Associate 3. Those 2 individuals are here. We also have Miriam Noss from our Office of HR. She was not able to make it this morning. She also began in 2005. So we do have 2 individuals to recognize here with us today for 20 years of service. Natalie and Travis, would you stand, please? And then we have a 25-year recognition. Amy, would you stand? Amy Elliott began her career with Lake County on September 21st, 2000. Amy is the Associate Director of Housing with the Office of Housing and Community Services. All right, we have 6 retirements to recognize. One of those retirees is here with us this morning, and I'll mention her last. Wes Jones retired. He started with us on December the 10th, 2012. Have a retiree, and he was the Director of Office of Facilities Management. We have Dolores Collins, also a retiree. She started with us on April the 3rd, 1988. So she served Lake County over 35 years. She was an Office Associate 3 with the Office of Public Works. Carol March began her career on April 17th, 2017. She's retiring next month. She's a financial associate with the Office of Housing and Community Services. Catherine Blanton, also with the Office of Housing and Community Services, began her career in September of 2007. And then we have Tim Baker. He's a logistics supervisor with the Office of Fire Rescue Logistics, and he began his career April the 16th, 2018. Sue, would you stand? Sue began her career with Lake County on June the 24th, 2019. She serves as a financial associate with the Office of Housing and Community Services, and she's retiring next month. Sue can recognize you. Okay. We're ready for our quarterly awards. I'd first like to start with our Employee of the Quarter, Lexi Farmer. She's a public information officer with the Office of Communications. She was nominated for this award by her supervisor. She was recently promoted from Public Communications and Outreach Coordinator to the Public Information Officer position, and she's still assisting with her former role as well. According to her supervisor, she continuously excels, meeting every deadline she's given, routinely going above and beyond. Example, volunteering to do on-call duty when she's scheduled to be off, and going out of her way to make sure her coworkers see her as a collaborator. Lexi interacts with fire rescue and the animal shelter, managing all their social media accounts as well as overseeing the county's main Facebook page while developing and implementing communication strategies. Congratulations, Lexi. Could you stand, please? Right. Supervisor of the Quarter, Jeremy Searcy, Battalion Fire Chief, Office of Fire Rescue. Battalion Chief Jeremy Searcy was nominated by his team of training lieutenants as Supervisor of the Quarter. They cited his unwavering dedication exceptional leadership, and consistent drive to improve the professional development of the department, as well as the qualities that make him an outstanding candidate for this recognition. Chief Searcy's support for his colleagues is unwavering. He approaches every task with professionalism, attention to detail, and a servant leader mindset that earns the respect of everyone he works with. His ability to streamline processes, advocate for our firefighters, and stay ahead of administrative responsibility has set a new standard for excellence. Congratulations, Jeremy. Would you stand? All right, our team of the quarter is our Office of Visit Lake employees. Would you stand, please? Ryan Ritchie, Director, Amanda Martin, Tourism Marketing Manager, Joshua Hester, Sports Tourism Manager, and Don Coyle is not with us this morning, but she's the Office Associate 5 for the office. This office was recognized at the Florida Governor's Conference on Tourism with the Bronze Award in Creativity and Public Relations at the 2025 Flagler Awards for their Tune Out to Tune In mailer boxes marketing campaign. The Flagler Awards are Florida's premier statewide tourism marketing honors, established in 2000 and named after Henry Flagler. They celebrate innovation and excellence in promoting Florida as a top travel destination. The awards are open to any Florida-based business, organization, or individual that markets a tourism-related product or service. This is the highest recognized state award and the first time the Office of Visit Lake has received such an award. This recognition is a testament to our team's creativity, innovation in showcasing Lake County as a great tourist destination. Thank you. This concludes our presentation for this morning. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Janine, and thank you to all the recipients. Appreciate your hard work. We're moving now to our minutes approval, and Christy Mullane is here today on behalf of the Clerk of Court.
Yes, thank you. Christy Mullane with the Lake County Clerk's Office. We recommend approval of the minutes from August 26th and September 2nd.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a first from Commissioner Sabatini, a second from Commissioner Smith. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those pass. Moving on to citizen question and comment period. Do we have anyone online today? Yes? No? No? Okay. All right. We have, I'm looking for general comments because we've got Hartwood Marsh we're going to talk about. You're going to pull that one. Claremont Fire. All right, Joe Famasi is our only public comment card. We do have one online. And just before Joe comes to the podium, I was going to mention that it's a three-minute comment period, and we try to stick very closely to that 3-minute limit. And if you are online, if you could press *9 and click the raise hand button. And just as a reminder, we're really going to try to sort of rein in the tone of some of the comments that we get, and ask that if you've got something really negative that you want to say, and we're going to say something profane, which we do get those emails, do it in an email, but don't do it during our public comment period, please. Okay, Joe. And I know Joe never does that.
Say that as
Joe never does that. That wasn't directed at you, Joe.
No problem. Thank you, Chair. I'm here to speak about 5 Mile Road again. I have more videos to show you. I know the Sheriff's Department was out there monitoring. Last night, I counted 3 vehicles that came off 5 Mile Road. The speeding across Wellness Way, I caught them on camera. There's going to be an accident out there. There's now 40 residents that live in Parkside Trails, and they come down Wellness Way. They're doing the speed limit, but the folks that are coming off 5 Mile are speeding. You can tell when they actually take a little airborne as they go across. They actually almost don't touch Wellness Boulevard. So I'm asking again, please, we need some barriers down there. Stop those folks and keep them from coming in there. I hope that you will consider other things for the Wellness Way area. We do have a water issue down there, and I'm asking that you support whatever you can get. Right now, currently, We have a one water system coming down there, and that if it gets dampened, we're going to have a situation where there's no water to fight fires at all for 3 developments. I hope that you will consider doing something. Thank you for your time, and I'm out.
All right, appreciate it. Online,
Yes, we have Lee. Lee, you should be able to unmute your mic. Please state your name for the record and then give your comments to the board.
Hi, my name is Lee Boreski, and I'm once again pleased to inquire about Orange Avenue and 44 cutoff.
it's
I had
possible
talked
that you're muted.
Engineer at one point, but nobody has gotten back to me. So I would like to really know what's going on, please.
Oh, is this Lee with regard to the
In
crosswalk?
Eustis.
Okay.
Yes,
I know I talked
for the crosswalk for the kids going to Eustis Middle School.
talked to Jeff about this the other day, so it is progressing. It is being worked on. There will be a crosswalk.
Okay, do you think you could maybe email me an update?
I'll work with Jeff.
I just
and
keep
we.
emailing and I'm not getting any response back. So I just would like to know there's,
Okay,
I heard eminent domain and then I heard there was something and then I heard I wanted a meeting and I just would like, or a meeting. If you could
I
just
will
email me,
coordinate
please,
with
so we can
Jeff,
set up a
and we
meeting.
will get an email sent back to you, Lee, on the time frame for the crosswalk. Okay, anyone else online? Okay. All right, moving ahead then to presentations of proclamations, and we actually have 4 today, and Commissioner Morse, you're up first. This is with regard to the town of Lady Lake and the celebration of their centennial.
Make a motion to approve the presentation.
All right, all in favor? Is this for all,
Let's do all of them.
all at one time?
I'll make a motion
Okay.
to approve all the presentations and proclamations.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. That passes unanimously, and we'll move ahead with our presentations.
We have the honor of having Mayor Ed Freeman here. It's nice to see you, Ed. And Director Mike Bursky. What an honor. Proclamation 25-103. Whereas on October 19th, 1925, the town of Lady Lake, Florida, held its inaugural meeting during which the rules of order for the government of the town of Lady Lake were formally adopted, marking the official incorporation of the town. And whereas the area now known as Lady Lake was originally inhabited by Seminole Indians and began to flourish as a settlement around 1883, with the establishment of a railway depot circa 1883-84, serving as a catalyst for growth and development, and whereas the town's name Lady Lake is derived from a nearby body of water with local legends suggesting it was named either after a woman who drowned or a lake, or because the lake shape was resembled of a lady in a long dress. Wow. And whereas Lady Lake has a rich history as a center along a bustling railway and purveyor of citrus and watermelon, contributes significantly to the region's agricultural heritage, and whereas Lady Lake holds a unique distinction in the birthplace of the villages, and whereas Lady Lake has evolved into a vibrant community boasting a community-focused public library that ranks among the top countywide, an accredited police department, and a Parks and Recreation Department dedicated to preserving and providing recreational opportunities for families, and whereas the town's parks, such as Snooky Park, a natural preserve featuring a 2,000-foot walking trail surrounded by cedar, live oaks, water oaks, and palm trees, serves as venues for vibrant signature community events celebrated among the historic canopy trees, and whereas the centennial of the town of Lady Lake is a momentous occasion providing an opportunity to honor past, celebrate the present, and envision the future of this cherished community. Celebrations for the centennial will bring together residents, visitors, stakeholders to commemorate 100 years of history, culture, and community spirit. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, October 19th, 2025 is recognized as the centennial anniversary for the town of Lady Lake, and we encourage all citizens to participate in the various events and activities planned from November 3rd to the 8th, 2025, celebrating this historic milestone. A copy of the proclamation shall be spread upon the minutes of this meeting. This proclamation shall become effective upon adoption, which it already has. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, and regular session this 14th day, October 2025. Congratulations, Ed. Congratulations. Would you like to say something?
Thank you all for this recognition. I appreciate it, and I'm sure that our residents appreciate it. That Commissioner Tim said it all.
He missed one part. What's happening on the last Saturday of your celebration?
Wow. I have to
Oh, here we go.
park and rec.
I know the answer.
haven't told the mayor yet.
What's happening on the last day of your celebration?
First of all, I want to say, Commissioner Smith, the last board shorts that we did, incredible. Thank you. Excellent work with that. But the town of Lady Lake is preparing to have, what I'm hoping is the largest firework show that the county's ever seen. So please come out that evening. We're having our last centennial event. I know everybody's like, no, I'm going to do it better, but we're going to do it. But please come out that evening, and that day we're going to have quite a few events and activities going on. So please come out.
And I might also add that the town of Lady Lake has a phenomenal historical museum that absolutely goes through the timeline of the city or the town of Lady Lake that everyone should visit. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Let's get a quick picture.
They just put the gauntlet down for all the other cities.
I know, just set the bar really high.
This,
That's to take.
yes, sir.
All right, we have 3 more proclamations. I'll do the next one, and then Commissioner Parks will do the next 2. This one is with regard to alternative dispute resolution, and I will come down and.
Got it.
And I would ask if Chris Bleschmidt come forward. He's our mediation coordinator. All right, I will read the proclamation. Proclamation 2025-121, whereas Lake County has been a recognized leader in Florida for promoting mediation and other forms of dispute resolution as cost-effective and compassionate alternatives to litigation, helping thousands of Lake County residents and business owners resolve their disputes annually through our court-connected programs. And whereas the Lake County court system, through the 5th Judicial Circuit's alternative dispute resolution programs, successfully diverts cases from costly and time-consuming litigation. And whereas mediation is a voluntary, confidential, and collaborative process that empowers families, neighbors, businesses, and community members to craft their own solutions to conflicts while preserving relationships and dignity. And whereas county mediation strengthens the fabric of our neighborhoods by addressing disputes over property lines, noise complaints, homeowner association matters, and other quality of life issues before they escalate into costly legal battles. And now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida proclaims that the week of October 12th through 18th, 2025 is proclaimed Alternative Dispute Resolution Week in Lake County, and this proclamation shall be spread upon the minutes of this meeting and shall become effective upon adoption, which we did today. So thank you for being here. Would you like to say anything? Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Our mediation program focuses on settling cases to help lighten the load for our judges. And so we often help people work things out before they ever even need to step into a courtroom. Our volunteer mediators are the people who make this program work. They're trained and certified by the Florida Supreme Court, and they're members of this community who show up week after week for no pay to help others listen to each other, understand opposing points of view, and settle stressful disputes. So if you're someone, anyone here, if you're over 21, You can do this if you believe in listening to your neighbors and giving back to our system of justice. We'd love to have you join us as a volunteer mediator. Every mediator is certified and trained by the Florida Supreme Court program. You can reach out to me. My email is chrisb@circuit5.org, or you can visit the mediation page on circuit5.org if you're interested in volunteering. So thanks so much again. Have a great day.
Good morning, Chair, fellow commissioners, residents. This morning is my privilege and honor to be able to present two proclamations. The first one is in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. So I would love to ask if Roland Nunez from Hispanics of Lake County Association would join me. Wonderful organization. Roland and I met a few years ago as he was helping establish this great organization, especially focused on helping those in the Hispanic community with small business in Lake County. And I believe, Roland, you also serve with Lake Sumter State College as well and do wonderful work there too. So wonderful connection. Appreciate what you're doing. This is a fabulous organization, and thank you so much for being here as we do this proclamation. So I'll go ahead and read it, and then we'll get our picture. Whereas the celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, observed from September 15th through October 15th, and whereas provides an opportunity for all Americans to recognize and honor the cultural richness and historical significance of the Hispanic and Latino community. And whereas this month is a time to celebrate the diverse cultures and histories of people with ancestry from Spain, Mexico, and the Caribbean, Central and South America, and their enduring legacy in the fabric of our society. And whereas the observance of Hispanic Heritage Month is an important reminder of the need for continued efforts to promote opportunity for all, reflecting the values of justice and fairness that are the foundation of our democracy. And whereas we recognize the enduring contributions of Hispanic Americans to the arts, literature, music, cuisine, and traditions that enrich our communities and enhance our national culture, now therefore it be proclaimed, the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, proclaims September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month in Lake County. Thank you so much. Glad you're with us.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Parks. The Hispanics of Lake County Association, our mission as a nonprofit is to serve as the resource center for workforce development, humanitarian outreach, and multicultural awareness within Lake County. Just since I've started this organization 3 years ago, I have been constantly amazed and impressed by the talent, the perseverance, the passion, and the contributions of our community. And it is just amazing. If you've ever eaten the foods of the local food vendors here, or seen their art, or seen the businesses that they've started from scratch, it's so uplifting. And one thing I can tell you from talking to the dozens and dozens, possibly even hundreds of individuals that we've worked with, is that they love Lake County. They love being here. You know, we have a survey to prove it, that they love the opportunities that they have here, and they're very grateful, and they're just looking for more opportunities to be able to contribute. So we're here to help to showcase that, grow it, and make the county a better place. Thank you.
All right, the second of my proclamations that I'm reading this morning, and our last this morning, is one of my favorites as well, honoring native plants in Florida. So I'll go ahead and read this proclamation. I'm not sure if Netta Villalobos-Bell is here. Netta, I'm sorry. All right, well, I'll just do this by myself, I guess. Florida enjoys an incredible and distinctive diversity of native plants, and whereas Florida is home to more than 3,300 native plant species, with approximately 1,100 of them found in Lake County. Lake County includes a portion of the Lake Wales Ridge, one of Florida's 2 world-renowned hotspots for plant diversity, featuring 67 endemic species which do not occur anywhere else in Florida except right here, anywhere else in the world except right here in Florida. Also included are 58 state-listed threatened or endangered species and 12 federally listed threatened or endangered species, thus underscoring the need for greater public recognition and protection. And whereas native plants provide food including nectar, pollen, seeds, and foliage for native birds, caterpillars, butterflies, bees, and other wildlife in ways that non-native plants cannot. And whereas native plants impart natural grace and beauty to developed landscapes and are well adapted to Florida soils, temperatures, and rainfall patterns, because they are naturally adapted, they require less water, fertilizers than non-native plants do. And whereas the preservation of Florida native plants is an essential prerequisite to conservation of our natural beauty, native wildlife, and environmental sustainability for future generations, and whereas the mission of the Florida Native Plant Society is to champion Florida's native plants and their habitats, the members of the Lake Beautyberry and Passion Flower chapters of the Florida Native Plant Society volunteer their time to educate about native plants and preserve and conserve and restore the native plants in Lake County. Whereas October is an especially vibrant month to see native plants in bloom and provides opportunities for the public to appreciate the beauty and natural value of the native plants. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Lake County Board of County Commissioners that October 2025 is Florida Native Plant Month in Lake County. So I thank you all for adopting this ordinance, this proclamation. If Netta was here, she would say that they participate, they do many, many hours, probably thousands of hours of plant rescue around Florida, around Lake County in particular, where they rescue native plants. They also obviously advocate through education the use of native plants as well, many thousands of hours going out to the public and educating them as well as to the value and the importance of our native plants in Lake County, protecting our heritage. This is what we have before it's trying to protect those plants before they're lost. So really appreciate what they do. And you all can become Florida Native Plant Society members very easily. It's very inexpensive, it's super easy. Everybody in the audience can go on right now, become a member of the Lake Beautyberry chapter, which is our chapter, or the Passion Flower chapter, whichever one, in Lake County. All commissioners could do it. Anybody in the audience can go do it so easily online, and it supports a great mission. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Parks. I can report, too, that the Keep Lake Beautiful group has been working on a native plant beautification project at the Astor Library. So that will be hopefully a showcase when that's all put together. Moving on then to the Clerk of Court's consent agenda, Christy.
Thank you. Christine Mullane, again, with the Lake County Clerk's Office. We recommend approval of Clerk's consent agenda, and there's 7 items.
All right, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. Moving on to the consent agenda. I believe we have a couple to pull.
Yes, Chairman, I'd like to pull tab 8 and if possible, move tab 8 after tab 30 because it's in direct line with tab 30.
Yeah, I like the idea of, I think, actually discussing them together in that same context. Right. Okay, all right. And then on tab 10, that's the one regarding the agricultural ordinance modification, so I wanted to pull that. Any others? No. Okay, all right, then moving along with a motion without 8 or 10.
Move for approval of consent agenda -8, -10.
And 9, I'm sorry, and tab 9 as well that I pulled earlier.
And 9.
I'll second that.
All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Then moving back to, let's see, 8 is going to go with 30. 9, that was pulled to another agenda. And then 10 is the agricultural ordinance modifications, and we've received a couple emails about this, and I had a couple questions as well. And I believe Melanie has short presentation. It's a little confusing because this is a result of a statute that was adopted by the Florida legislature, and there are differing sort of views or interpretations, I guess you could say, as to the extent that this was intended to eliminate all county oversight or regulation on something classified as an agricultural use. So I felt like we needed to explore it a little bit more.
Okay, so I'll have Eric in the back if you can advance the slides because I don't have the remote. So the purpose of this ordinance is to make some changes to our land development use table. The first change is to comply with Senate Bill 700, which went into effect on July 1st. It amends Section 163-3162, which is entitled the Agricultural Lands and Practices Act. This particular bill is creating new regulations which prohibit local governments from adopting or enforcing any law that inhibits housing for legally verified agricultural workers. The other statute or House bill that went into effect in July is House Bill 211, which was signed by Governor DeSantis on June 13th. It also amends the same section, 163-3162, the Agricultural Lands and Practices Act. And this one clarifies that bona fide agricultural activities include the collection, storage, processing, and distribution of farm products. So when we look at 163-3162, there's a legislative finding in that existing statute that says agricultural production is a major contributor of the economy of the state. The purpose of subsection 3 is to prevent duplication of regulation. And that subsection 3 essentially prohibits local governments from regulating activities of bona fide farms on lands classified as agricultural by the property appraiser if those lands are regulated by best management practices, and those best management practices would be from specified state and federal agencies such as FDACS, DEP, Water Management Districts, USDA, Army Corps of Engineer, or the US EPA. The uses that we are proposing to change from conditional to permitted include chicken farms, egg processing facilities, hog farms, and slaughterhouses, and these are highly regulated by state and/or federal law. So the proposed ordinance would be amending LDR 30103, the Schedule of Permitted and Conditional Uses, to comply with state law. The changes, again, would be taking these particular uses from conditional and making them permitted in the agricultural zoning district. So we, of course, have agricultural housing camps, which is under Senate Bill 700, chicken farms, egg processing facilities, hog farms, and slaughterhouses, which would fall under distribution and use and processing of agricultural products, and then riding stables as well. So when the staff sat down and looked at the two bills and looked at the comprehensive plan, this is our analysis and our basis for the proposed changes. So the Lake County Comprehensive Plan has multiple provisions regarding agricultural uses, some of which are on your screen. So we have policy I 1.2.8, which says agricultural and equestrian uses shall be recognized as a suitable use of property within all future land use categories. Policy I 3.3.12 recognizes agriculture as an important and necessary economic activity within Florida and Lake County, and we're required to make sure there's adequate and appropriate land and water to be reserved for its continuance. Policy I 7.7.1, agricultural primacy. The county shall encourage the continuation of agricultural uses on lands that have an agricultural exemption, and those lands will have primacy, meaning that conflicts between those lands and other non-agricultural uses will be resolved in favor of the agricultural interests. Policy I 7.7.2 is to support agriculture. It says the county shall support agriculture as part of its economic base. Next, the staff went and we looked at LDR 300.01, which establishes our zoning districts. When you look at the agriculture zoning district, which is the typical A when you look at land use maps, the purpose of that district is to provide a method whereby parcels of land which are most suited to agricultural usage may be classified and preserved for that purpose. Agriculture is a major industry of the county, therefore it's the intent of the district to provide long-term means for preventing further encroachment upon agricultural enterprises, encourage agricultural pursuits by preserving good soils and agricultural areas from subdivision development or commercial and industrial construction. Additionally, in the LDRs, we have districts that are more geared towards residential rural uses versus a general agricultural category. And both of those include the Ranchette District, which is the purpose is to provide outdoor farm or rural atmosphere in which to reside, and the AR District Agricultural Residential, which is also to protect and enhance rural lifestyles and quality of life of single-family dwelling units. We also have Section 823.14, which is Florida statute. It's called the Florida Right to Farm Act. It defines a farm operation as all conditions or activities by an owner, independent contractor, supplier, et cetera, in connection with the production of farm honeybee apiculture products or in connection with complementary agritourism. These conditions and activities include, but are not limited to, the marketing of farm products at roadside stands, the operation of machinery and irrigation pumps, generation of noise, odors, dust, fumes, and particle emissions, ground or aerial seeding and spraying, the placement and operation of an apiary, the application of chemical fertilizers, conditioners, insecticides, pesticides, and herbicides, agritourism activities, and employment and use of labor. The Florida Attorney General, in an informal opinion dated September 15th of 2005, stated that zoning ordinances are intended to control development and land use to the extent those regulations do not limit or restrict the operation of a farm. It would appear that they would be applicable to land that is zoned agriculture. But note, such ordinances must be reasonable, uniform, certain, and must supply sufficient standards. So when you take that particular opinion and you look at the statute, which is the Right to Farm Act, county zoning ordinances are limited. We cannot regulate activities of farm, which include fumes, emissions, machinery operations, seeding, spraying, fertilizer, activities, labor, anything regulated by the state, regulated by the federal government, or anything that limits an agricultural operation, and also includes noise, odors, and dust. We cannot regulate those things. So when the staff looked at the legislation that came down and we looked at our particular zoning matrix, we went through line by line, and of course the ones that we picked out specifically based on the new legislation, the chicken farms, slaughterhouses, hog farms, and egg processing facilities are currently conditional uses. It is our opinion that we are preempted from making those conditional uses, with the exception of if the board wanted to keep those as have some type of condition on it, you would have to come up with specific code provisions that tell them exactly what they would be regulated in doing. The only thing you can essentially regulate is maybe setbacks, maybe buffers, and only to the extent that it does not limit or restrict that farming activity. So again, looking at how highly regulated these particular uses are by state and federal government, and the fact that we would have very limited ability, and we would have to specify exactly what we were regulating versus being a conditional use permit, whereby the board can place conditions as it determines necessary, we are recommending that these items be changed to a permitted use. Next, please, Eric. So again, option one is to approve this advertised in its current form. However, if you would like, based on comments that you hear today, you can approve it to advertise with the following changes. We would have to add specific LDR provisions for chicken farms, slaughterhouses, hog farms, and egg processing facilities that are reasonable, uniform, certain, and supply sufficient standards. So I would not recommend that you leave these as conditional uses because, again, that opens it up to potentially putting in conditions that we simply cannot regulate under the Right to Farm Act.
Okay, what about riding stables, though? Because you didn't list that.
So riding stables they're a little bit different in terms of they can be considered a commercial use. However, when the staff went back and looked at the purpose of the agricultural district, again, is to preserve agricultural uses, agricultural lands. The purpose of that district is not residential in nature, although many people do live in an agriculturally zoned district. So when we went and looked at that particular use, it was determined that having horses, riding stables, maybe providing lessons, those are all things that would be an appropriate permitted use in the agricultural district. It would remain a conditional use in the AR and the RA district. However, again, if you would like to leave that as a conditional use, you certainly have the ability to do so because it is not something that would be regulated under state or federal law as a typical agricultural type of use.
Do you know if the property appraiser can give an ag exemption to a riding stable?
I don't have the answer to that question. I know the particular property that spurred us looking at riding stables does not have an agricultural exemption. I'm assuming if they were to submit evidence that they were breeding horses, then potentially they could get it. And of course, riding stables would be, when you're breeding the horses, that would be an ancillary use to that.
So as far as the idea of like having, you mentioned setbacks and buffers might be the only place. What about like impervious surface area? What about disposal of waste?
So I will tell you 100% disposal of waste is not something we can regulate. Those are things that would fall under USDA or FDAC's regulation. That's an inherent part of those agricultural operations. As far as impervious surface, potentially we could regulate that. Again, it's, if a agricultural operation came forward and said, well, if you're limiting me to 10% ISR, you're limiting my agricultural operation. Depends on the operation and what they're doing. It is something you could potentially regulate, however.
So I have someone in my district who has written to me a lot about the riding stable issue. They're very concerned about taking away altogether the conditional use permit side of it, just because of people that are adjacent and how they're impacted, potentially by someone having, you know, a lot of boarding, riding, people coming over, parking, that whole type of activity, whereas it doesn't really, it seems like a farm, but it's not really a farm because it's not producing anything like the things that this new law applied to. So, you know, I would be inclined to say have some uniform regulations that could apply, or keep that as a conditional use permit with a list of things that could be included as much. And I think Melanie is recommending that even for a conditional use for riding stables, we would have set regulations.
Again, it wouldn't necessarily be a conditional use. We would just have specific provisions in the code that says you're permitted to have a riding stable in agriculture, but you have to comply with these requirements. And again, that's geared towards commercial riding stables. It wouldn't be if you have horses and you're having friends over and they're riding and those types of things. So it would only be if it's a commercial riding stable that it would remove it a little bit out of the traditional agricultural uses.
And a lot of people that live on land that's zoned agricultural, they're you know, they're not operating big farms and conducting big farm activity. However, they might live next door to a large nursery or farming operation. That's why I think having setbacks and buffers might be a really smart idea. So at least you have something in place. Would that apply, because where we've had our biggest problems are the medical marijuana facilities. Is that in its own?
Medical marijuana has its own statute. So we're preempted to a great extent on medical marijuana. There are some setbacks from specific locations, I believe, such as schools and things like that. But that, again, is a very highly regulated area.
But there's no, we can't have a local setback that exceeds the state statute on?
I would have to go back and look at the marijuana statute. I mean, it's a possibility. I just don't have that one in front.
I think it's worth looking at that, just because, and again, all these things seem to happen in District 4, where we have the medical marijuana plants. We have people that, I mean, it's just the smell, and I don't know, you know, whether a buffer would completely alleviate that, because you can drive down a road next to one of these and you're going to smell it. But if you're living in a house already next door and one comes along, you know, there's like absolutely no recourse, and we get people, you know, upset at us that they have to endure that on their own property. So I'm more inclined to say have some type of a uniform requirement for setbacks and buffers, and then with regard to the stables. I guess the last question I would have was, can you not regulate like light usage and the hours of operation? If they're not producing anything on the property, couldn't we, in the case of a commercial operation of a riding stable, be able to dictate, you know, that they couldn't go past 10 p.m. with all their big lights on or things like that?
Again, with a riding stable, you would have more ability to regulate that. It's considered a commercial use. It's not a traditional agricultural use that is regulated by USDA and those types of agencies.
And I'm all for the riding stables. It's just that I'm trying to look at it from the standpoint of the person that lives next door, there needs to be some protections in place, I think, for adjoining property owners.
Couple questions. So you would suggest that if we were to address the riding stable use, that it would be some basic requirements that are in the code that it's permitted, assuming you meet hours of operation, an impervious surface area, whatever, some basic guidelines, not get too detailed, but,
That's correct.
okay. And I assume, you're gonna ask it anyway, but the dog kennels don't, dog kennels is not an agriculture use, right? Okay.
That's
I know it is, that's a problem too, that we get asked about a lot.
That's correct. That still, I believe, requires a conditional use permit, and that is not proposed to be changed as part of this ordinance.
And agritourism, the agritourism laws, what is the correlation to this?
So again, agritourism uses they're protected. We can't regulate them. The debate becomes whether wedding venues are agritourism uses, because that starts shifting more towards the commercial side. We do have some cases that we are working on with that right now. One case we have on appeal. So that's a little bit different. That's a discussion for a different day.
So I'm more inclined to just approve this for advertisement as is currently written. I have a problem with regulating, I mean, what do you do about somebody that has 300 acres and 200 cows, and then somebody moves into 5 acres next to them and say, oh, I don't like the cows. Now all of a sudden we're going to regulate cows or llamas. So this is a slippery slope that I don't want to go down. So it certainly beats a wedding venue next to your house on an agricultural uses that is completely allowed. So I think we just need to advertise as it's currently written and recommended.
Commissioner Morse, do you have any comments or questions? I think,
I agree with Commissioner Smith. Just do it the way it is.
you guys just must not get many complaints in your districts from people, because my whole concern is driven by the fact that I get these complaints, and then I have to try to help people find ways to continue to enjoy their own property, their own investment, their own lifestyle, while making sure that the people next door can do their thing too. So I think I personally think the riding stables ought to come out and be on its own, and I think we should have some reasonable regulations such as setbacks, buffers, and maybe ISR, just to have something to make sure that these things don't get so.
It's the first reading anyways.
Well, this is just to advertise, so I'm totally sympathetic to all that. So, I mean, should advertise it and then do the amendment, or should we wait to advertise it until we include that?
I think you'll have to advertise with, Melanie, would we have to include both options?
Both versions.
So if you want to pull riding stables out and do them as a separate ordinance, then I can make that change, and we can advertise this, so I can change it before we advertise and bring this back for public hearing. If you want to leave riding stables in and just create a new code section, then my recommendation would be we probably table this and we bring it back to you for approval to advertise again, so that you can look at those requirements before we go into public hearing and make sure you're comfortable with them.
And we're not in a giant hurry. I mean, we could table it, do this right, make sure that we've taken everything into consideration. I think that's smart. It's not, we don't have like a deadline that, we've got to get this on at the next meeting.
And I don't know if you received, there were 2 emails that came in, one from Kathy Boyce and one from Cindy Newton, that had some concerns about it also. Did you receive those?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And I've been hearing from Kathy since this whole discussion came up in the legislature, because she's got her own experience with the riding stable situation.
Okay, table it?
Yeah, I think that'd be great, and give staff enough time to work on some specifics to bring back. And then if you all don't like the specifics, then we strike them and we will have advertised. Okay. All right.
Motion for that?
Motion to table.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Moving then to, let's see, we've covered consent.
10 and 30.
And then 10 and 30 will be later,
8, I'm sorry, 8 and 30.
or 8 and 30? Okay. So we are at presentations? 26, okay. The first presentation is economic development regarding the incubator, the UCF incubator, and then 27 will be EMS and the City of Claremont.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Meg Brew, and I serve as the Director for the Office of Economic Development here in Lake County. The county entered into an interlocal agreement with the City of Eustis in April of 2023 for the establishment of a UCF business incubator located in the city but to serve the entire county. The City of Eustis in turn contracted with UCF, and the Lake County Business Incubator officially launched in October of 2023. The agreement is not up for renewal until next year. However, it is a requirement of the agreement that the business incubator deliver a report and presentation to the BCC annually. The amount of progress and traction appreciated by the incubator this past year has been truly impressive, and I am excited for you to hear about some of the incubator's most recent accomplishments from our site manager, Brian Biedrick. But first, I am honored to introduce Tom Carino, Eustis City Manager, to provide some remarks on behalf of the city regarding our partnership for this initiative.
Good morning, Tom Carino, City of Eustis. So I am here primarily to thank you for your support for this effort. Thank you to the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you to the County Manager. Thank you to county staff, especially Kathleen and Meg. While the incubator is physically in Eustis, it really is a county-wide effort. We are all partnering to improve the entrepreneurial environment countywide. So again, while it is physically in Eustis, there are clients that participate in the incubator throughout Lake County. I do want to thank you for your support, but also thank our other private sector and public sector partners. This effort involves the University of Central Florida, Lake County, the City of Eustis, but also the Lake Eustis Area Chamber of Commerce and LEAD, and also a private sector partner in Mega Workplace. So we want to thank all of those partners for really working to improve the entrepreneurial environment in Lake County. So again, thank you, and I will turn it over to Brian Biedrick, who will talk a little bit more about the specifics. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom, and good morning, commissioners and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to give the annual update on the Business Incubation Program, and thank you for all the support that you've given throughout the year. Just a little bit of background. I think a year ago, you would have heard a similar annual update, and in that update, the incubator was just getting started, and it was really all about kind of laying the foundation for the program. And I came into this role in January of this year, and the focus that I've had is really building upon that foundation that was laid beforehand. And so the ways that I've gone about building on that foundation really have three areas of focus you can see up here. It's really implementation of the methodology that the UCF Business Incubation Program has proven over the last 26 years that they've been around. It's also about integration of UCF into the Lake County business support ecosystem, right, and finding a way for this process to work here in Lake County. And then third, it's really what we do is focusing on smarter, faster growth for businesses here in the county in a variety of ways. And so I talked about that methodology that is shown up here, really what over the last 26 years we have come up with a way to really help new companies get off the ground and be successful, help established companies scale up, and also help international companies that want to establish U.S. operations here in Central Florida by supporting them to do that. And Some of the things that we do within this program include introductions to capital, introductions to business development opportunities, leadership development, mentoring, and really a lot of what it comes down to is a lot of connections. It's connections to the UCF professors and resources. You can see on this slide connections to innovation districts and to industry clusters and all of the resources that UCF has available, trying to bring that and make it available to Lake County businesses. And here you can see a study that talks about the results of that methodology. So this is from the Haas Center, and looking at the overall incubation program, you can see the numbers here. What it's showing is that this program generates significant sales, jobs, tax revenue, and then at the bottom there, I think, is something I want to point out. Every dollar that's invested into this program ends up generating $10.45 return on investment. And so the second point I mentioned was, how do you take all that and integrate it here into Lake County? And you can see here, it's more than just trying to recruit a bunch of companies to come into this program. It's really getting out into the community, raising the awareness that we exist, the support is there, the support of all the several other partners here in the room that I'll talk to in a second. And then also informally supporting and coaching some of these businesses prior to coming into the program, and as well as providing educational programming throughout the county that help entrepreneurs gain new skills and be successful in their efforts. And this integration is really made easy by the partners that are here in the room. So we've got a whole bunch. We've got LEAD, we've got Mega Workplace, we've got the UCF staff, City of Eustis staff, the Economic Development team from the county. All have been super supportive, super helpful, really a joy to work with. Tom mentioned being located at the Mega Workplace in Eustis is this business support hub. There's a lot of activity going on there. I'm co-located with LEAD, with SBDC. We can have, daily conversations about what it takes to support the community. The Economic Development team has set up monthly alignment meetings where we're all getting together and truly collaborating, not just kind of talking past each other. And so all of that has just really helped me personally and helped integrate this program into the county. I also talked a bit about the educational programming. So some examples of the partnership are we work closely with LEAD we did a cybersecurity summit back in July. We're doing a lot of entrepreneurial programs, including one that we just launched on October 2nd called Excellence in Entrepreneurship. And all of those educational programs, we're getting into kind of a monthly cadence. So roughly every month, we're doing something and averaging about 17 entrepreneurs attending and benefiting from these programs each month. And that kind of leads into the third point, so ultimately supporting these businesses. So you can see here on this slide, we are now at 9 clients within the program. So if you think back to one of them was a carryover from last year when you would have heard the last update, and 8 more are not joined, and there's 6 more in that pipeline that have hopes that they should be joining the program soon as well. And just to give a couple quick examples of some of those clients, I think many of you were at the LEAD dinner a couple weeks ago. You would have heard Paul Karch from Opticon speak. And Opticon is a fiber optics company from the Czech Republic. They have opened their North American headquarters in Eustis. And they have, one of the things I really like, they've made a commitment to the county and to the community, and they followed up on that. They've actually made a hire. They hired somebody out of Lake Tech, took that employee, sent them off to Czech Republic, had them trained for a week or two and then came back to hit the ground running to support the contracts that they're already winning. Now it's 3 months that they've been here. Another success story I really like to share is a company called Intelligence Factory. I had hoped to have even more news, but the ink is not yet dry. I can't make a public announcement, but stay tuned. Very soon there will be more good news to add to this story. But Intelligence Factory has really had a great journey. That is what the incubation program is about. They came in the beginning of this year. They had no sales. They were just starting off. By the second quarter, they had broken even. The third quarter, they were starting to hire people. They've made 2 new hires at high-wage jobs. And then that deal that I will be able to announce soon is going to be a very big outside investment deal where they're going to get a big capital infusion. And that's exactly what we're looking at, right? And the best thing of all is the plan, they're based in Mount Dora. They're planning to stay, and they'll be a bigger entity, but the hope is that they will stay in the county and continue to grow with us. So just visually, if you look at what it's been like from the last year, if you look here, we're looking at just head count. You can see the growth of the program. We're going from 6, I think it's actually 32 now. You can see the upward trajectory there. This next graph has a good representation of the revenue increase. You can see that green line shooting up. I built this with the hopes I'd be able to make that announcement. So as soon as that's done, you're going to see that blue line shoot up here as well. And really all of that is to kind of demonstrate those results that this program tends to generate. And a lot of excitement. In addition to that deal, we've got just one company alone has a $6 million pipeline of proposals that need to be awarded in 2025. So that's going to be another big chunk there. And really that's kind of circling back. These are the kinds of things that lead to that $10.45 return on investment that historically we've shown. And so just to really recap it, if we go back to these 3 points, I think that methodology has been implemented. It's in place. It's going strong. I think that the integration and collaboration is here with LEAD, with Mega Workplace, the city, the county, and really that you can kind of see the beginning of those graphs where we're really poised to hit that kind of hockey stick growth where things are going to explode. And that's really all I have. I just want to thank you again, for the support, the funding that has made all this progress possible. And I don't know if you have any questions or anything.
Anybody have questions? Great presentation. Can't wait for the announcement, hopefully soon. We did have a card from Pam Rivas. Did you want to speak? No, it's all been said, but thank you for being here. All right, great, excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to keep moving. We've got the EMS discussion next, and I just want to let the Ren Fair folks know, we really need to do this. We appreciate you being here, but your comments need to be heard in conjunction with our tab 30. So we'll get there if you can just hang in there, and I think you'll find all of this extremely interesting, because it really, really is. But thank you for being here. All right, Tommy Carpenter.
All right. Good morning, Thomas Carpenter, Assistant County Manager, and we're going to talk to you this morning about the City of Claremont's request for ambulance service, along with an update from Chief Simpson about the EMS system and where we are. So before we do that, I just want to recognize we have folks from Claremont. I believe Councilman Howard is here, Mr. Van Wagner, and Chief Izell here are here from Claremont. And if there's anyone else here that I've forgotten, please forgive me. So also from our side, we have our fire rescue leadership. So we'll get started. So really what we want to do is I'll start out the presentation. We'll talk about City of Claremont's request and how we've kind of gotten to this moment. Chief Simpson will come up and do a presentation and talk to you about the county's EMS system. historically, how we've arrived, how we have the system that we do, and then currently where we are. I know Commissioners Campione and Parks have been part of this journey with the EMS system. Other commissioners may not be familiar how it's structured or how we got to where we are. Chief Simpson also talked about the strategic planning, and then I'll come back to you for really trying to wrap it up with the options for consideration and then turn it over for board discussion. So as I go through my first couple of slides, I really want to make sure that I am being as historically accurate as possible, because I believe as we've met, there's been information that's gone back to elected officials and to board meetings, council meetings, and so I just want to do my best to make sure I keep the record straight on this. So our first meeting between the county and the city was on May 5th, and really it was a sit down to say, what's the plan for ambulances? We need ambulances in Claremont, and we concur with them 100%. The growth has been phenomenal, and we know that over the last several years, we haven't really been able to keep up, and Chief Simpson will get more into that part. In terms of the really discussion started out as what are your plans, and for us, we had yet to come before the board for our fiscal year 26 presentation, which the board did approve for 45 people, and so we can, our plan is we have the ability to staff up to 7 ambulances next year by December of 27. So it's hard for us to make that commitment at this meeting because we had yet to present to the board and you had yet to approve the fiscal year 26 budget. Claremont's plans, they also recognized the need to add, and they wanted to, their plan was not to add staff, not to add ambulances immediately using current staff. They wanted to hire and bring on their first ambulance somewhere in the March, April 26 timeframe, and then the second ambulance toward the end of calendar year 26. And so what we decided to do is give us your numbers for personnel, and that way we can do an analysis of what it would cost for you to staff, what it would cost for us to staff, and then perhaps next time we get back together, we'll have a better idea of just when we can staff ambulances. So that second meeting was on July 29th. And in the meantime, we had communicated with the city of Claremont just really what it would look like. The city's plan was they would still operate under the county's COPCN, under our license, and then we would fund them in terms of personnel and operational costs so that they could run calls within the city limits in the ISBA. Their plan was to keep the ambulances in their city, ISBA area, and if they go outside of that, then it would be for what we consider life-threatening emergencies, a heart attack, a stroke, something of that nature. And so when we got to comparing plans, by this point, a couple of things had happened. The CBA, the collective bargaining agreement that the board had passed in year one back in April, really had taken effect. We had seen applications come in for paramedics that I've not seen as being in this role. And then we had our fire academy, our paramedic academy for 6 months. For a 6-month program was graduating in August, and it looked like all were going to graduate. So we were in a much different place, and we had a pretty good feeling that the board was going to approve our request for folks. So when we talked to the city of Claremont, we said we can add an ambulance by October 1, 25 and one by April 1, 26. The one caveat to that was we do not have an ambulance station in the city of Claremont. And so for us to actually physically add that ambulance, we're going to need somewhere to put them. So we had we tried a couple avenues, working with the city to see if we can get back into a fire station to staff an ambulance, and at the same time working with a private individual for a location on Bloxham Avenue as an ambulance station that had to work through the city's planning and zoning. It needed a conditional use permit to do so, and then go to their council. It passed the planning and zoning portion, but when it made it to the council, it was denied, so we were unable to get the station on Bloxham Avenue. So that was our limiting factor for us actually getting an ambulance into the city. And then at the bottom, I've listed the personnel costs, and I thought it was important to show the most recent costs, because when we initially started our conversation, the county's costs were cheaper. We were able to staff dual cert or single cert ambulances with firefighters or without cheaper. Since then, Chief Ezell has shared with me that their pension costs have gone down, And at the same time, the board approved in September our contract, the CBA, with the fire union for year 2 wages. So hours went up for firefighters and for single cert. So now when you look at the cost, when we do that analysis for one ambulance up to 4 ambulances, the pendulum has swung back to our side where we're going to be a little more expensive. The next meeting was between Ms. Barker, the county manager, and Mr. Van Wagner on August 18th. And again, between the end of July up to this point, there had been discussion operationally, how can we make this work? There is a need to do this, and again, Claremont's plan was to be able to hire staff in, and their time frame, I believe, was that March to April 2026 timeframe to do so. And the conversation that I believe Ms. Barker and Mr. Van Wagner had was that our offer has always been, if their ambulances are part of the system, they are treated just like any of the county ambulances, that the county will cover all costs. If they are not part of the system and they're part of Claremont's system, where they're managed operationally by the city and they stay within the city and they only leave when there's a higher acuity call, then we would pay a portion of that through the MSTU, ambulance MSTU funding. The number that we arrived at was $141 per call, and then for transport where we collected, that average is about $423.58. And so that was the offer that was made at that time. And so since that meeting, we have continued to communicate with Claremont. I appreciate Chief Ezell and his staff for their openness and willingness. We pick up a phone and talk to one another to work through issues, questions. How is this going to work? How is this going to look? And so to the best of my recollection in speaking with Chief Ezell last week, this is really, I think, where the city has landed thus far. And if I'm incorrect, and certainly correct the record, for their request. Again, they would continue to work under the county's license, and they would provide the personnel to staff ambulances. The county would cover operational and training costs, and that includes fuel, medications, medical director training, that's specific to ambulance operation supplies, things of that nature. The county would then provide the ambulance MSTU subsidy. So how we arrived at that, we used fiscal year 24 numbers since we had a complete year of those numbers. The $8.9 million is what the ambulance fund received for MSTU to operate. We then took that number and divided it by the number of calls during that year, the medical calls, 62,762, and that's how we arrived at the $141.81 per call. That would change with different fiscal years, but that was the thought process behind it. And then patient billing revenue for patients transported and what we collect. So the thought being the Claremont ambulance would transport the patient, they would do the patient care report, they would have to send it to us for processing, we would then work through that part. Whatever we collected for the calls that they transported, then we would pay back to them. Again, that average for fiscal year 24 was $423.58. So that, yes, sir.
Chair?
Oh, sure.
Quick question, just so, before you move on to the next slide, just so I understand, because since we talked, I had not heard what Claremont, we were waiting when we talked to hear from Claremont, so I hadn't heard this. The $8,900,000, that's the total number? That's what the request is, a lump? You were just saying that divided?
That's what we received in the ambulance MSTU for fiscal year 24, countywide for operations.
Okay.
And so we took the countywide number, and then we took the countywide number of calls, divided that into it, and that's how we arrived at that number.
Okay, all right, so that's the subject. I just want to make sure that that wasn't the actual amount that was being asked.
No.
8 million, okay. All right.
It is not. So that will, that'll complete my portion of this presentation so far, so I'm going to turn it over to Chief Simpson for his part.
Tommy, do we know how many of the 62,762 calls were in Claremont's ISBA?
We do not have the number for in the ISBA, city limits and ISBA, or just ISBA?
They want the ISBA, I think.
Well, I think you want the city and ISBA. You're looking at the total that they would be
I was just kind of curious.
Okay.
And I'm kind of curious. Well, I'll wait until after Chief finishes, and I'll ask my question about the 14181. The 14181 totals everything. It's employee cost, truck maintenance, medical examiner, all the equipment, all the training, dispatching. That's everything, right?
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I'll repeat
I did
that
not
one
hear.
more time.
Apologize.
The 14181,
So the 14181,
that includes the employees, the trucks, the maintenance, the medical examiner, the drugs, the training, and the dispatching?
yes, sir, the MSTU offsets the EMS budget by $8.9
Okay.
million
Thank you.
to cover that.
So it's built into that, is what you're saying? Okay. And there's no distinction here between calls versus transports?
I'm
Like,
sorry?
calls versus transports? I mean, we're talking about just,
So both. So when it comes to ambulance service, we can only bill for what we transport, but we have to run all the calls. We transport about 72% of the calls that we run. So those calls that we do not transport, we cannot recuperate funding for. So that's why we take the subsidy and divide it by total number of calls versus transports.
okay. So in that last bullet there, that's strictly the payment that would be for a transport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. John Simpson, Deputy Chief with the Office of Fire Rescue. As Mr. Carpenter said, I'm going to provide you kind of an overview of the history of ambulance provision and the development of the EMS system in Lake County. We'll talk a little bit about the MSTU, where it goes, how it gets developed, all of that. And then we'll get into the regulatory oversight of EMS in the state in general and Lake County in particular. Then we'll also kind of wrap up with our strategic plan moving forward. So if I could delve back into history for just a bit, if we take a look, going all the way back to the 1980s, in the early 1980s, there were 3 ambulance providers in Lake County. There was one based out of Leesburg, one out of South Lake, and one out of Waterman. In the mid-1980s, it was decided that in Lake County there would be a consolidated ambulance service, and it would be countywide and be completely ALS. Prior to that time, depending on where a person was in the county, when they called the emergency number or when it got into 911, it would depend on where you are as to what service came and what level of service they provided. So the decision was made in Lake County, it would be all advanced life support, countywide response, and consolidated into one. It was operated by Waterman. Soon after that, it became Lake County EMS. And while it was operated by Waterman, it was managed by a private management company. Sumter County then came to Lake County and said, let's make a partnership. And so Lake and Sumter County partnered together to have countywide ambulance services, each operating independently. So as the 80s closed and beginning into the 90s, Hernando County joined. And in the mid-90s, Citrus County joined. Each county, the ambulance service was the single ambulance provider countywide, but each county operated independently. It was overseen by all the employees were hospital employees, and the management company oversaw it, but they dealt with each county individually. So when we take a look at that progression, that continued through the 90s, where the ambulance service was operated separate from any of the fire services. The ambulance service was the only advanced life support provider in the county, and truly in all 4 counties. Spring Hill and Hernando was the only exception. They had a small fire department that provided advanced life support, but the ambulance provider was the only advanced life support in the other counties. So that continued on through the 90s. So as we entered the 2000s, we saw a shift, right? So as we got to the 2000s, Waterman Hospital said they were no longer going to provide ambulance service. Since they were no longer going to provide the service, each county had to determine how they would provide service in their county. So at that point, Lake County and Sumter County said, we're going to form a partnership, and we are going to operate an independent ambulance. We're going to develop a not-for-profit governmental corporation, and ambulance service will be provided from there. Well, when we began setting that up, we said, well, historically, advanced life support is only provided on ambulances. We have a lot of municipal partners and county partners through the county fire service that are already responding to these calls. They are providing EMS response, doing first response. We need to grow this into an EMS system. And so that's what we did in 2000, was to start that. As part of that, the MSTU was developed. The MSTU was developed, the ambulance MSTU was developed to offset unfunded costs to the ambulance service, but also to the EMS system as a whole. On the next slide, I'll talk, I'm sorry, 2 slides later, I'll talk a little bit about, again, the details of that MSTU and where the money goes and that sort of thing. But we decided that what we wanted to do is we wanted to develop a more expanded and comprehensive EMS system in Lake County, not just the ambulance service. And so that's what we did. As we got into the 2000s, we brought more and more municipal departments on board to provide ALS services. And that way, advanced life support was provided in a shorter time frame than when the ambulance got there. So again, at that point, no longer relying just on ambulances, we began relying on our first response partners. So in the 2010s, so in 2011, Sumter County decided that they were going to deploy a different model of EMS provision in their county. And so that partnership was separated. At that point, Lake EMS was developed. And Lake EMS, again, was a governmental, not-for-profit corporation that provided countywide ambulance service, but also acted as the EMS authority and provided countywide EMS support. I'll talk more about that in a bit, but continued to do so. So as we progressed through the 2010s, again, the system continued to grow. It was functioning very well. It was functioning as it was intended. Municipal services continued to be funded, continued to be supported. As we moved into the 2020s, actually as we approached the 2020s, in 2018, the decision was made that the EMS service, the ambulance service, would be brought into the county proper as the Office of EMS. And so it dissolved Lake EMS and became the Office of EMS, still branded as Lake EMS. A couple of years after coming into the county, we began looking at this and saying, you know, we can do things more efficiently. We can also, really capitalize on a more efficient deployment model, more efficient use of resources, use of employees, and capitalize on our existing employment force. Because if you guys remember in 2020, when the COVID pandemic hit, we saw a seismic shift, not just in our organization, but in the industry as a whole and across healthcare as a whole. We found people leaving the organization, not just leaving us, but leaving all healthcare out of fear of the pandemic, out of fear of what the next thing was going to be. Also, there were opportunities opening up for remote work and things like that. Folks began leaving this. Additionally, we found a dramatic decline in the numbers of folks that are joining EMT school, going to paramedic school. Even the nursing programs were experiencing that. As a result, it became more and more difficult to staff ambulances. And we recognized that difficulty, so we joined the Office of Fire Rescue and the Office of EMS together so that we could utilize that larger workforce to continue staffing ambulances. On the next slide, I'm going to give you kind of a brief rundown on how our staffing model had changed over time. So in 2022, October, we merged the two departments. During that time coming out of the pandemic, oh, by the way, during the pandemic, we also saw a massive decline in call volume. It was unprecedented. Declining call volume, not only were we getting less calls, we were transporting a less percentage of them. So in the next slide you'll see, we changed our deployment model to, again, capitalize on the workforce that we had, but also remain cost-effective while being efficient and meeting the mission. So bringing the two departments together, we had to kind of rebuild. As we began to rebuild, we started looking to, again, the in-house paramedic program, looking at how we can recruit. We also looked at the new CBA agreement that the board ratified, and I'll talk more about that in the strategic planning side about the impacts that we had. But we ran into some serious staffing challenges, and we openly admitted that. But we, again, redesigned the system so that we could accommodate. So I know the table's a little bit small, but what I wanted to provide was a history of deployment in Lake County. So the chart you have provides by year. The hashed lines are basically where years are omitted because no staffing changes occurred during those years. And also, just to explain unit hours, so that's the number of hours an ambulances are deployed during a day. So going back to 2012, when we first came to become Lake EMS, we had 12 24-hour ambulances and 7 peak load units. Rescues had not been developed yet. Rescues are staffed by firefighter medics and firefighter EMTs. It would be years before that was implemented. So it deployed 379 unit hours in 2012. I won't go line by line, but you can see what we're trying to do is, again, use effective, efficient use of our combined workforce. So as we came into the county, we began to deploy rescue units. and we offset the medic units by those rescues. So you'll see those numbers ebb and flow. In 2022, we were at the height with 22 units. 15 of those were 24 hours, and 7 of those were 24-hour rescue units. What we found, though, in 2022 was Medicaid minimum wage. You may remember that. Medicaid minimum wage in the budget bill came out and said that if you collect money from Medicaid, you must pay everyone a minimum of $15 an hour. On 24-hour shifts, some of our employees were not making $15 an hour. They were making a good living on the annual pay scale, but it was specific about $15 an hour. The way we overcame that was we converted all units to 12-hour shifts, which increased their hourly rate. But to do so with the current workforce we had to convert an additional medic unit to rescue, and we also had to take 2 medic units down to create the 12-hour workforce. It continued to meet the mission, but the workload went up on those units, and we'll talk more about that in just a bit. So currently, with the new CBA and the medic units going 24/72, all medic units have been returned to 24-hour trucks, and rescues remain at 24 hours with 8. So today we have 20 ambulances, 24 hours a day, strategically placed across the county. So I mentioned the MSTU, so I just want to provide a little bit of a history on that. Again, it was established by ordinance in the year 2000. The way it was set up was to fund unfunded cost to the ambulance service, but again, to develop that EMS system. When we began to put that in place, on the ALS agreements, the ALS agreements actually spell out that we would provide funding, 0.1 mil of assessed value, not collected value, but assessed value in those cities back to those municipalities to assist them in offsetting their ALS cost. In return, they would assist by running ALS first response. Setting up that system design was done so that it required less ambulances on the road, and because you'd capitalize on more resources. So when you look at the funds distribution, 0.1 mil of assessed value goes back to every city that participates in the ALS side. Then the property appraiser, tax collector, the CRAs, reserves, all of those things are collected out of the MSTU before any money runs to the ambulance service for operational funding. So if you take a look at what actually comes, that 8.9 million, it's roughly half. It's half of what's collected actually comes to support ambulance operations. So the way we're set up is we are a user fee delivery model. What that means is we bill for services, right? And if you look at the EMS budget, about 70% is covered by billing revenue, 30% by MSTU or taxes. When you take a look at that, it's important to remember that, again, we're paid for transport, which means the bulk of the EMS budget is actually borne by users, not taxpayers. But in those users that are using it, really the majority is borne by insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, those sorts of billing services. About 12% of what we do is self-pay. So again, the bulk is funded through revenue. We are paid for only transport. I mentioned that earlier because the commission had a question about that. Only paid for transport. So anything we do not transport, we do not bill for and we do not collect on. Our transport ratio is quite high in the world of EMS, particularly 911 response. It's 72%. So we transport about 72% of the ambulance calls that we run. Of that 72%, our net collection rate is 77%. So that's what we collect out of the bills that we send, which is where that average of 428 comes from. So just to kind of wrap this part up, countywide ambulance provision has been done since the 1980s. It's a proven, efficient, and effective model. It's been proven to take care of answering the mission, answering the demand. It's efficient because there's no duplication of services. We strategically place all of the units so that they aren't duplicating each other. And every call is answered by the closest ALS ambulance. And so in a little bit, I'm going to talk about operating as an EMS system. So before we do that, I want to touch real quick on the regulatory side of things. I know the commission is familiar with this as we go through public hearings every 2 years to renew our COPC and license. But ambulance service and ALS provision in the state of Florida is highly regulated. It's regulated by the Bureau of Emergency Medical Oversight. It is Chapter 401 of the Florida statutes dictates that we are a certificate of public convenience and necessity state. which means you must have a COPCN issued by the county commission to provide ambulance service within the county boundaries. It places the authority on the Board of County Commissioners, meaning that the board is the sole authority on who can provide ambulance service or ALS of any kind in the county. So even BLS transport services require a COPCN. This is followed up by Ordinance Section 1119 that provides the process for COPCN application. Lake County has the only non-restricted ALS COPCN. All of our response partners operate under our COPCN, our license. We act as the EMS authority, as the Office of Fire Rescue, and we do that by agreement, not by issuance of COPCNs. So when we start talking about the EMS system, I want to show you this graph because I think it lays it out pretty well. Again, we've developed this over many years to deploy as a system. 911 phone call is made. Our communications center answers all 911 calls as a secondary PSAP for all EMS and fire requests. They begin the questioning of the caller. From there, they begin providing care instructions. So truly, care begins at that point of phone call. That is truly time zero, our first responders. So as they begin providing instructions, as you can imagine, only so much can be provided. So that begins to expand that level of care. As it moves to that next level, our first response partners, our advanced life support partners, they begin providing that next level of care. Then the ambulance arrives later into the call. Again, care begins to expand. As it expands further, it gets deeper in the protocol. Transport decisions get made at this point as to where they're going to go. That care expands even further as they arrive at a primary care facility like an emergency department, so that initial receiving facility. Then they can transfer out to a tertiary care facility like a burn center, trauma unit, all of that. Now, one of the joys about an EMS system is the first response unit that gets on scene or the ambulance can activate alerts, trauma alerts, stroke alerts, those kind of things, and transport directly to, once we get there, transport directly to those tertiary care facilities, cutting out that initial receiving facility. But that's how that expanding level of care works and how it works here in Lake County. So our municipal fire departments, we are partnered with 8 municipal fire departments, 7 of which are advanced life support. Umatilla is currently still basic life support, but all the rest are advanced life support. As a system, we provide many services to our partners, and we do this for clinical continuity. We want to make sure that all the paramedics are trained the same. Everyone's using the same equipment. All the medications are the same. All the supplies are the same. Medical directors are the same. And so these paramedics are trained and exit under the same medical directors. So that list, medical direction, clinical education, treatment protocols, medical supplies, pharmaceuticals, controlled substances, the clinical equipment, we allow our partners to use our purchasing power. They purchase their own hard medical equipment, but they can purchase it at our rates. We do provide loaner equipment at times. We provide clinical quality oversight, unified 911 dispatching, permitting and compliance, and regulatory oversight. Of course, all of these services are provided at no cost to our partners. Again, they're provided to keep a unified system. We have some public-private partnerships. These partnerships are with ground ambulance providers. All of them provide advanced life support or critical care. And when you take a look at the list, it is actually done by healthcare systems. We are partnered with all of our healthcare systems in Lake County. There are 3-party agreements that are performed between us, the private agency, and then the hospital system to take care of all of the interfacility work. These are definitive care to definitive care transfers, hospital to hospital. This allows us to focus purely on 911 response. Now understand, we still do back them up with true critical patients. Standalone ERs that do not have landing zones have to have air crews transported in and back to the landing zones to take care of those. There are times where someone walks in having an active heart attack, needs to get to a cath lab. If there's a time differential for the private, we will step in and do that emergency transfer to get them to the cath lab. But overall, we focus about 99.9% of what we do is scene response. And so we partner with them for that. I want to talk just a little bit about locations of our hospitals. You know, we are blessed with a great healthcare system in Lake County. However, we have some unique geography and quite a distance between hospitals. So the blue stars on the map represent our current hospitals. Now, Spanish Plains, which is a UF facility, is actually in the Villages, technically in Sumter County, but we treat it as a local facility. UF Leesburg is in Leesburg, Advent Health Waterman is in Tavares, and then South Lake Hospital, which is Orlando Health, is in Claremont. Advent Health Mineola is opening soon, probably by the end of the year, and that is also in Claremont, so it'll add an additional hospital there. It is located, as you know, at Hancock and the Turnpike. We also have 6 freestanding emergency departments in Lake County. We have 1 in the Four Corners, 2 in Claremont, an Advent Health facility and a UF facility. We have 1 in South Leesburg, which is an RHS facility. We have 2 in Eustis, which is HCA and UF. There are also 2 coming. There are another one coming to Eustis, which is Orlando Health, and 1 has broken ground currently in Fruitland Park, which is Advent Health. And so those are additional facilities that we transport to. Now, one of the things that I need to point out is there are no comprehensive stroke centers and no trauma centers in Lake County. Now, I will say thank you to UF Leesburg. They actually have provisional approval to be used as a comprehensive center, which means when we triage patients needing comprehensive stroke care, we can now keep them in county. Historically, those have all had to be taken out of county. When it comes to trauma centers, we utilize multiple helicopters to do those transfers. However, as you know, the weather in Florida, if the weather's bad, we have to go by ground. As a result, ambulances regularly transport out of their primary stationed area. Well, that's one of the points of having a county-wide response system, having a county-wide ambulance system, is other ambulances are backing those areas up. And when they leave those areas, if there are calls on their way back, they're running those calls. And so all of that is shared. The other thing I want to point out is I put in here as mid-October, forgetting that we already are at mid-October. Today, University of Florida Leesburg stops providing OB services. So there are now only 2 OB facilities in Lake County, one at South Lake Hospital and one at Advent Waterman. The new facility that opens in Mineola, when it opens, will not have OB services. So that creates, again, a need for transportation to outside areas. And the thing also to remember is transportation decisions for us are not based on geography. Transportation decisions for us are based on the patient acuity, patient condition, patient need, and when they're stable, patient preference. So, you know, I put on there why we operate as a system, right? It provides high-quality, compassionate care. It gives a mechanism for that. It provides continuity of care. No matter where you are in Lake County, when you call 911, you're going to get an ALS ambulance with the same level of trained staff. So it provides that equitable delivery of clinical services. I already described how we operate as a system. We do that 911 call, initial treatment, first response continues and expands that treatment, and then the transport arrives on scene. I want to touch briefly on a study that was done in 2017. Fitch & Associates is an international EMS and fire consultancy. They performed a comprehensive review of EMS and the deployment of ambulances in Lake County. It was a really wide-ranging study. But one of the things they did look at was, what if a municipality decided they wanted to provide their own service and leave the system? What would that look like? It just so happened that they used the city of Claremont and the city of Leesburg and then used both of them together in that study. So what they found was there would be a decrease in revenue to provide ambulance services. There would be a decrease in MSTU taxes to provide services. But at the same time, it would increase the need for county ambulances because it would begin duplicating services. You would have ambulances that are stationed very close to one another, but they're not running each other's calls. So it is disjointed ambulance placement, but it is also an increased cost because you're not bringing that revenue in to offset the increasing volume. As I said earlier, that the county is ultimately responsible to provide ambulance service in the county, which means that service still has to be provided. So units would have to be stationed around any city that was doing their own so that they could make sure they weren't trying to cross a city and creating increased distances. So as we began reviewing this, so just some additional concerns that came out of that study and also looking at our numbers. So, you know, certainly if it was not a countywide response, equity and countywide ambulance response would be lost. That's right off the bat. Responsibility for ambulance coverage still remains with the county. I used the most 2 recent months, August and September, as examples. So in August, it required 10 ambulances to transport out of the city of Claremont. In September, it required 11 ambulances to transport out of the city of Claremont. I want to give you a little bit deeper breakdown on that. There are 2 ambulances whose primary service area is the city of Claremont, and that's Rescue 89 and Rescue 109. Medic 89 and Rescue 109. They're actually stationed in Mineola, just outside the city limits. So if you take the two of those units for both of those months, they transported roughly 64% of all the transports that occurred in Claremont during the month. When we add Medic 95 out of Groveland, that amount goes to 75 to 77%. When we take Medic 94, which is currently an overtime unit in Groveland, and you take Rescue 112, we then reach 96 to 97%. So if we take those 6 South End ambulances, it covers about 97% of that. But the 2 ambulances that focus on Claremont, again, is only 64% of the volume. And of course, longer ambulance response times are likely because greater distances would be involved. So our current deployment, we have 20 ambulances, 24 hours a day. They are strategically placed across the county. In addition to that, we do have 2 overtime ambulances that on a fairly regular basis get staffed, one on the south end and one on the east side. And then we have 1 ambulance that we currently use as overtime for paramedic training that could be running. So, Mr. Carpenter mentioned this, and I'll mention it again. We know we need more ambulances. We've run into some difficulty staffing those because of lack of qualified candidates coming into the system, but we have now seen that resolve, and so I'll talk about that in just a bit. So real quick, I want to touch on unit hour utilization. This is a measure of workload that we utilize. I know Commissioner Parks, Commissioner Campione, you're familiar with this. We used to look at this a lot when Lake EMS board days. But we look at this as time on task, which is the time an ambulance is committed. So from the time they're dispatched to the time they're available. Right now, it runs between 41 to 61 minutes, depending on where you are in the county, but the average is 48 minutes. So in a way, you can look at it as, once that ambulance is dispatched, on average, they're going to be engaged for an hour, right? So an hour of time is gone. And you divide that by the time in service to give you a percentage of time that that ambulance is actively engaged in a call. We do that because as a 911 service, we must have a state of readiness. As a state of readiness, the national recommendation is an ambulance UHU on a 24-hour truck to be somewhere between 0.25 and 0.30. Once you get beyond that, call concurrency starts causing prolonged response times, that sort of thing. The graph you have is the September UHU graph. And we look at this every single month at the end of the month. The green line is 0.25, the yellow line is 0.3, and the red line is 0.35. As you can see, a lot of our ambulances are above that 0.25 mark. We have a bunch that are exceeding the 0.3, and there are a number that are actually above the 0.35 mark, which tells us that we do need to add resources. And again, while we're meeting the mission, we need to improve, right? We need to improve response times, we need to improve state of readiness, we need to decrease our travel times, that sort of thing, and we do that by adding resources. So I want to talk about how we're going to do that. So overcoming those staffing challenges. As with all EMS services, had a lot of staffing challenges coming into the mid-2000s. However, we are now seeing higher enrollment in EMT programs, paramedic programs, but we are seeing a huge influx of qualified candidates that are really wanting to work here, wanting to work in Lake County, want to work for Lake County Fire Rescue. During the last year, we implemented the new CBA. You guys ratified the new CBA. We actually put on 8 new hiring classes this past year, which has actually brought ambulance to full staffing. So now that we've reached full staffing, we reached out to the county manager about adding ambulances, adding staffing. And so that's what came before the board recently for the budget that was passed. The budget that was passed adds 45 ambulance positions for us to begin bringing up more ambulances. We're seeing EMT and paramedic applications at the highest they've been in a decade, or nearly a decade. We instituted the Paramedic Academy, which allows us to clear paramedics, maintain the quality, but put them on the road much faster. I just want to give you a brief overview. Right now, we have 16 current employees on paramedic provisional. That is the final step for them to become cleared as staff paramedics and be released to place on ambulances. Right now, we are onboarding 18 paramedics. They're in the onboarding process, and 20 EMTs are in the onboarding process for the November 3rd orientation. Interviews started today for the next hiring group. They're interviewing 11 additional paramedics and 35 EMTs. So again, we're seeing a large influx. With all of those employees is where we're going to add ambulances. So What we're looking to do is we're looking to add take the 2 overtime units, make them full-time ambulances the first quarter of this year, and then add 3 additional ambulances during the second quarter of this year. Those will all be strategically placed. Our approximation is that, let me back up there. So as it shows there, benefit of adding additional ambulances, I think you guys realize that is decreased utilization, spreads the workload out more, and also decreases response times. So our goal is to reach that 0.25 to 0.35. We can do that with countywide response, and our approximation is to reach the level of about 30 ambulances in the next couple of years. Because we're going to continue to see that volume go up. I told you that we had a dramatic decline in volume during COVID. We actually saw a multi-year decrease in our transport volume. That has now returned. We are now pre-COVID response level, and that's why you're seeing the utilization numbers being as high as they are. So we forecast that volume will continue to climb and that we will need to continue to adjust as we move forward. The other thing that we're looking at is we're really running into some real estate challenges. I know Mr. Carpenter spoke about some of that, about getting an ambulance in Claremont. So we're exploring the idea of ambulance hubs. For instance, we are working with the City of Mineola. Their fire station, they've moved into their new fire station. We're looking to do an agreement with them to utilize their former fire station as an ambulance hub where multiple ambulances can be deployed. By doing so, we can actually spread that workload across multiple ambulances because they'll be alternating on calls. And also, it decreases the real estate cost and the difficulty in finding property within municipalities. And with that, I will turn the floor back to Mr. Carpenter to discuss the options for consideration and turn it over to the board for board discussion.
So I'd like to begin, if I could, Commissioner Morris, you asked a question about responses. Information about ISBA and city limits. So ambulance responses into the city and ISBA, 8,838. Ambulance responses into the ISBA and city, and then 5,618 was either a ground transport or a air trauma alert, airlifted. 5,618, and that was information provided by Chief Azell. You're welcome. Okay, so everything we've presented to this point has been our conversations and what we've talked about up to the point of this presentation, and so first one is our option 1, which is, I believe, the City of Claremont's request, and that will be that the city will provide their personnel to staff ambulances. They'll continue to work under the county's COPCN and our license. County pays operational and training costs. County provides ambulance MSTU funds per call and patient billing revenue for ambulance transports that are collected that we previously discussed in this presentation. Ambulance is not part of the EMS system and will respond primarily to the city and ISBA area. Will respond to high acuity calls if requested outside the city and ISBA, and the ambulance remains under the city's management operational structure. Options 2 and 3 were discussed between Ms. Barker and Mr. Van Wagner, I believe in their August 18th meeting. And the first one, option 2, the ambulance remains in the city's management and operational structure as described in option 1. The county will pay a per call fee with the ambulance MSTU funding and provide patient billing revenue collected for patients transported. Operational and training costs are not covered by the county. Option 3, for a Claremont staffed ambulance, if it's part of the county's EMS system with county oversight for day-to-day operations, then the county will cover all costs for that ambulance. And then the last option is to keep the system as it is, remains unchanged, and we move forward with the strategic planning and the goal of reducing our utilization hours. And we know that in the urban areas of Claremont and Leesburg, Golden Triangle, our goal is to decrease the response time for our ambulances, which would require more ambulances on the road, and we're aware of that. So with this, I'm happy to turn it over to the board for discussion.
All right, thank you very much. Questions?
Just a couple questions before we get into the discussion, which I think is really important, and I appreciate the city of Claremont being here, and definitely long overdue discussion. It comes up every 4 or 5 years. It's good. It's good that the public's hearing this. Encourage anybody that's not, I guess, the people, if they're not listening, they won't know, but we want as many people as possible, I think, to listen to this presentation and the discussion. Just a couple quick things. I'm glad you brought up the history on the slide 7. The move by Sumter County, if I'm correct, was to privatize. So everybody knows we were not in this board, 2 of us, and then I'm sure all of us would agree, did not want to privatize EMS. That's why we went away from that. They wanted to. Because that was really heated discussion, if I remember. And then the further, 10 years later or some years after that, to go to Lake County Fire and Rescue is because not only Fitch report, but then a lot of meetings we had here proving that that was going to be the more cost-effective option as well, doing that. So I know you kind of touched on it, but I just wanted to emphasize that with the exclamation point that that was a lot of time, a lot of hours that went into that during that period of time to get where we're at now. Could you touch on stroke care, because you sort of, or maybe go into it a little bit more? Because what I get, and I know certainly from discussions with Claremont, and not to zero in on a few specific cases, but let's just take the stroke case where somebody, and all of us in here have, family, and we want the quickest response as possible for all things that happen, but for stroke in particular, because time is totally of the essence. So just so that it's clear and that we're talking about this, is it, because I hear, well, should we get a stroke truck? And what could that do? Are we unsafe with strokes right now? I mean, could we be doing better? You sort of touched on it with the facilities, that the facility where it is the most important thing. But I know we talked about this the other day, if you could just rehash that a little bit.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yes. So when it comes to stroke care, you have what are called primary stroke centers and comprehensive stroke centers. Comprehensive stroke center can do interventional work. So in other words, they can do clot retrieval and things like that, where they actually pass a catheter into the brain to remove a clot. And then the other side of a comprehensive center, it can do surgical intervention, which is in case they're bleeding in their brain, they can do the surgical side of it. So historically, we've had primary centers, but not comprehensive centers in Lake County. So we would transport those by ground if they were within a certain distance of the scene, or by air, if we need to go by air. With Leesburg coming online as a comprehensive center, and we utilize them as such, they can do all the clot retrieval. They have the suite built, all of that, and they're currently doing that procedure. So if you look at the vast majority of Lake County, it all falls within a 40-minute drive of the Leesburg Center. And so we're doing almost all those exclusively now by ground, and almost everything in Lake County is going going to Leesburg. If you'd like, I do have a map I can.
Yeah, please.
We could zoom in just a little bit. If we could zoom in just a little bit.
Here you go.
And it may be difficult to see, but as you see the color start coming into focus, you can stop right there. So anything in blue, Leesburg is actually the closest comprehensive stroke center, and that's where we're taking those currently. They are bringing surgical intervention online soon, but they have immediate transfer agreement to any surgical candidate gets transferred out, and they do that within minutes of arrival. The ones that are in other colors, on the very far east side of the county, Sanford would be the closest one, which is Lake Monroe. In the southern part of the county, it would be Celebration, and then even further, it would be Orlando, and then the very farthest part of the county would be Celebration, would be the comprehensive center to go to. So you mentioned the stroke truck. So there's a stroke truck currently posted in Sumter County across the street from the Spanish Plains Hospital. So that is a partnership between UF Health and Spanish Plains, as well as the village's fire department. They station there. They treat it as a regional asset. We've met with them. We've met with our medical director. If there were a need for that, we could request them, and they could respond. The distance they would have to travel is kind of restrictive because we could be at the comprehensive before the unit gets there. So it is something that we're having conversations with them about. Our medical directors are aware that it's there, but they said that they will treat it as a regional asset that can be dispatched.
But is it, so the most important thing with a stroke is obviously who's getting there first and being able to diagnose that, the first responder. They may hear about it on the call, of course, but that's the most, is that, because without the stroke truck, you're pretty much deciding we got to go immediately to Leesburg. Is that
So,
am I
correct,
oversimplifying?
correct. So all the paramedics are trained to do stroke assessments to determine destination need, whether it's going to be a primary or a comprehensive, and they make that call from the scene. If it's going to be an air transport, the first response agency can go ahead and request that air asset so it's inbound as the ambulance is getting there. If we're going to go by ground, then once the ambulance gets there, we transport immediately to the appropriate center.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to, because I recognize that concern, and it seems to have come up a lot
Certainly.
in South Lake, but, you know, what's the best thing to do? You know, do we need to look for a partnership for a stroke truck? Because a stroke truck is how much, it's a lot of.
Yes, sir.
I mean, there's a CAT, I'm sorry,
To give you an
CAT scan
idea,
that's on it?
a stroke truck is a fully staffed ambulance, but it has a CAT scan machine in the back of it. And so that unit has to respond out, put its leveling jacks down, and then it actually does a CAT scan on scene. It has neurology nurses on board, and they do telehealth with a neurologist to read the scan so that they can actually push clot-busting drugs at that time. You know, so
You have to have that to do the clot busting.
correct, correct. You know, they've seen a lot of success. This one's really new. They've seen a lot of success with the Gainesville truck because it responds into very rural counties like Dixie and Levy and those types of counties where they don't have hospitals or even primary care centers. And so they actually rendezvous in that county and then transport to the stroke center. We're finding that most of all, you know, our strokes, we can get to the stroke center before the stroke truck could get there.
So Chief, can I ask a question specifically pertaining to strokes? Any paramedic can call in for air care, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it could be a paramedic on a Claremont truck that recognizes a stroke and immediate attention can call in for air care to go to a trauma center.
Yes, sir.
And usually, all of our fire departments except for one are ALS, so they all have paramedics on them.
That is correct.
They're all trained the same. So it's essentially having a non-transport ambulance showing up to your house within minutes and then waiting on the transport unit to transport out, correct?
That is correct.
But there are also opportunities to where a call can be made to have a fly out quicker.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions for John? Okay, as far as discussion, do you want to dive in? We want to have Claremont
I'm just
come
kind of
up?
curious, I mean, can they get a COPC in or not? Can they
Only
have
if
their own
you-
designation?
The only body that can award a COPC is this commission. This commission has ultimate authority over ambulance provision as well as ALS provision in the county. And so the county commission would have to agree to provide a COPCN. There is no other process for that.
Okay, thank you.
John, real quick, on the question or on the presentation, when the new ambulances are planning to come and personnel are planning to come on board, you said 2 in first quarter?
Yes, sir. First quarter. Yes, ma'am. First quarter, 2, 3 additional second quarter.
Second quarter. Okay. So I guess one of my questions for Claremont would be if that were the case right now, if we already had those on board, would you even be making this presentation today or request? Would you be making the request no matter what? Even if the county had 30 ambulances, would you still be making the request?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commission. I'm David Ezell, Fire Chief of the City of Claremont. That really starts getting down into some of the fundamental reasons as to why we're coming forward with the request today. It might help to kind of explain how we look at our responses across our different service delivery programs. Kind of looking at a traditional fire, just to kind of put this in perspective. We look at how long it takes to get the first team there, and we're looking for 4 firefighters for a lot of reasons. That allows us to meet our 2 in and 2 out requirement, allows us to start doing, intervention measures to get the fire under control, get victims out of the house. But we're also looking at getting the effective response force there because we realize that there's a lot of other critical tasks that have to take place on that scene in order for it to be taken under control. So we've got everything from water supply to incident command, safety, all these other things. And it takes, even on just what we call a moderate risk fire, it takes about 16 people to get that effective response force. So we're measuring both of those elements, the initial arrival and the ERF arrival. And we also use that same methodology across all of our other service delivery programs, including EMS. And we break that up into a low risk, moderate risk, and high risk. And when you get into the moderate and high risk responses, what we're looking at is getting the first team of medics there and then the ambulance there. Because what we have to do is we have to get those patients ultimately to the hospital so that the modalities to treat the patient can actually be performed. There's a lot of them, like we talked about, the thrombolytics we can't do in the field and a lot of other things. And I'd actually asked, probably mess his name up, Matt Letteler with Orlando Health, here's their government affairs division. I asked him to come up and to talk a little bit today, but he had a conflict. He had to be in Hillsborough County, so he couldn't be here. But what he was going to talk about is like with stroke alerts, STEMI alerts, sepsis alerts, and trauma alerts, the critical time element we have to get that patient to the hospital so that the work can be performed. And what we're looking at on that response, we want that first team on scene within 6 minutes of the call being picked up at the 911 center, and we want the ERF on scene within 10 minutes. And that applies to fires as well as EMS. And what we're seeing in Claremont is extended times for the ambulances to get there. We measure at the 90th percentile, and right now, year to date, we're running over 18 minutes on ambulances to get on scene. So we're looking to get that number down to that 10-minute goal. And to do that, we realize that we need to put additional units out into the workforce. The model we ran using Deccan's apparatus analysis and deployment module, when we ran that, it took about 6 ambulances plugged into that system in order for us to get down to that 10-minute mark for the arrival. So I commend the county for the efforts that are being done. But with that number, I agree with Chief Simpson. I think we need 10 ambulances right now to address some of the growth that we've had in the county and just the call volume that's come back post-COVID. And I think we get to that goal a lot quicker if we're doing it concurrently. And there are costs that Claremont is willing to pick up on that side of the side of the equation. We've got managerial staff we're adding in there. We're also looking at purchasing the ambulances. When we have our own ambulances, we're willing to do all the work, the maintenance, and everything else on them. And we'll also pick up the infrastructure that's needed to house those ambulances and operate them out of our facilities, which are things that we're also working on. So, we're a little space constrained, and that's been one of our challenges too, is to, where do these pieces go when they're there? So we have several things in play right now to ensure that that happens.
I have a question on response time and our ambulances specifically. How many of our ambulances are currently located within the city of Claremont?
Currently, the last ambulance we had in Claremont was located at the Arc. That moved several years ago, and we currently do not have an ambulance inside the city limits.
And we've asked to come back in, and we can't come in?
Yes, sir. The request has been made. I just don't have the room. The two stations we have agreements at are 2 and 3. One of those stations we're getting ready to rebuild because I don't even have enough room for the fire apparatus that are there. And the only place that I have space right now is Station 1. And with the rebuild we're getting ready to do on 2, I may have to move a fire apparatus there. And if we go into the transport business, based on the request today, that's where I'm planning to put one of the ambulances.
So you wouldn't even put your you wouldn't be able to put your ambulances in the city of Claremont?
I could put one at Station 1 today. That's the only place I have room. We've acquired some
Why couldn't we put one of these new ambulances that we're fixing to get on board into that station?
I may have an engine in that station, which is going to take up the other available space within a couple of months when we go under construction. That's the other piece that we're fighting with. And if we go into the transport business, I'm going to need the space in that building for the ambulance. So today, yes, we could put it there. I just can't guarantee that 3 months from now that we're still going to have the room and space available for you.
So 3 months from now, you're not even sure if you can get your own ambulance in there?
Well, with the timeline that we have, we're looking at about...
You can get your own ambulance in there, or you can't, or we can go in there, or we can't.
Well, with our timeline, yes, we'll be able to make it happen.
Yeah.
If,
So Chief, Tommy, somebody, if we had ambulances currently stationed in the city of Claremont, would it help reduce the timeline? Yes, sir. Thank you.
that was going to be my question. That's kind of to me, kind of that glaring piece of the puzzle here, that if those ambulances were being housed in the city of Claremont right now,
To be blunt about it, with what we have right now. Oh, go ahead.
At the end of the day, the city has decided that we're willing to invest in that infrastructure for us to be able to do it. Fire has come to us with a plan on how we can granularly get to where we need to be for the response times that the city council wants. To Mr. Smith's point, it's not our job to give you infrastructure. That's your job. We are willing to do that, to be a partner to you guys, because it does a benefit for our residents. So we are investing our own money to make this ambulance structure stronger. But to just come in here and point out that we're not being a good partner, that's not okay, because at the end of the day, it isn't our responsibility to pay for county infrastructure. We're doing that because we want to be able to do it, and we can hold our fire chief accountable. We can hold our city manager accountable. We as a city cannot hold you guys accountable for what's going on in fire. It's ironic that I sit in Ray Goodgame's seat, who came to you guys 15 years ago with the same complaint, that we don't have the ambulance infrastructure that we need. And I'm going to stand by that it has gone on and on and on and on. This isn't a new argument. We are now coming to you with a solution that we take that responsibility, and we as a council are willing to invest for this into our city, and we can then hold our people responsible where we can't do that with you guys. All I can get up here is ask, but we're just looking for a good partnership. Thank you.
All right, I got a question on that, though. If you have 2 ambulances, we know we need 6 ambulances that run calls within the city of Claremont. If you have 2 ambulances and they're on 2 Claremont ambulances and they're on calls and they're transporting out, are you saying your citizens are now going to have to wait for those transports to come back?
As you heard, that this is a long-term plan, that we're looking to bring 6 ambulances into the city. This is not a short-term. The 2 ambulances are to start. It's a crawl, walk, run. And with what he has, we already have the heat maps. We're looking at the areas where we may need to put what I call micro stations or smaller stations where we can get to some of those locations faster. With us bringing on Fire Station 5, which will be in Wellness Way, we're redoing Fire Station 3, which is part of the constraint issue. We can add space there. We still have space at Fire Station 1. We're looking with you guys on Fire Station 4. So what they have done, they've done a lot of work to granularly fix the issues that we as a city council recognize, and we want to fix those, and we want to be a partner with you guys to fix those. But to tell us that you guys are going to do it, and we've heard their plan, but we actually have a real plan that's fully vetted based on the heat maps of what we have in Claremont. So you can either choose to work with us, or you guys can do it on your own, is where it really lines out at.
Well, just that, and, you know, Todd and you and I have talked about this before. I think everybody up here wants a good partnership, so I'm going to say that. I mean, again, I started the conversation off. I mean, we all want the best response times in here and everything. I think because that's important, I think what we're trying to say with the ambulances being in Claremont or not is, I know it's technically, because it's a countywide system for EMS, to find the location, but if the heat map, and there should be 2, and frankly, there should be a lot more, I feel like, in the Claremont area ambulances. But if they're trying to be stationed in a certain spot, and for whatever reason, and I'm not going to go over any of that, we don't need to, we should just be solutions-oriented from here on out, they just weren't put in the 2 locations in Claremont. And when I say locations, a static location, not the dynamic rolling ambulances.
Right.
They weren't put in there. So I think that's what we're trying to say, is they were not there. But if they're there now, which I think everybody here is willing to do, plus, you know, potentially put more, then I think that's going to reduce the response time.
We're growing, and we have to expand our fire services. As we expand those fire services, I'm not sure that it is the city responsibility to build infrastructure for you guys.
No,
But
it's,
I
and I'm
gotta
not
stop
trying to
you
be
there.
mean
You keep
about that,
saying,
but-
though, I gotta just correct you there, if you don't mind. I just gotta point out. So your residents are Claremont residents, they're also county residents, and you are part of a county-wide system. So when you say you guys, we're looking out for all of them. So I have to take a little issue with that, because it's not really us and you. I mean, we're a countywide system, just like we watched the presentation, we heard the presentation, and we understand that, I've lived through this whole review and discussion about what happens when you fragment. Unfortunately, what happens when you fragment, everybody loses. I just don't think you can prove that that doesn't happen.
I don't think we're trying to fragment, and what I want to point out to you, I get what you're saying, but this entire county works off of the MSTU, the existing MSTU. What we're saying as a city is we're going to take our taxpayer dollars and build infrastructure that benefits directly our citizens. That's hard to do when we say, well, we're going to subsidize the county because they didn't build infrastructure down here. And we can have that different discussion,
Build
but
fire stations or EMS stations. So, I mean, for you to say, we didn't do the infrastructure, but that was part of the deal. I mean, several years back, there was supposed to be a place for those ambulances. So, I mean, and I'm all about being solution-oriented. We have to deal with real facts.
and that's the difference, is that we have a plan, we have a specific plan, and we have a specific plan on how to solve the problem in that area and invest money into your ambulance service. So I think it's a win-win. It really comes down to what you guys want to do. If you want to maintain control, and, when we see for the licensing, that you guys have a monopoly on it, that nobody else can even get into it if they wanted to. So I think there's a lot of things that are eye-opening in this whole discussion. But at the end of the day, we're not trying to fracture. We're trying to work within the system, and I think we've come up with a good plan to do that. Ultimately, it comes down to you. I think 18 minutes is completely unreasonable, and I think that working with us solves that issue for us. Thank you.
Rick Van Wagner, City of Claremont. Thank you, Chairman, for hosting us and allowing us to be here, and all our commissioners. And I want to say, just on the outset, your staff has been wonderful to work with. They're respectful, and I appreciate their straightforwardness and candor, but they've done it always in a respectful manner, so you need to know that. I have the utmost respect for these gentlemen and for Jennifer. She's become a friend. And Sean, thank you for intentionally coming to Claremont since I started in this role in December. And the only thing I would just add, Tommy, for you is we've actually been discussing this 10 months. So it's just gotten more structured. I think that's the right term as we've gotten. But Jennifer and I and Sean have been talking about this need since December, I think, is when we started our first discussion. So this is morphing into a short discussion, but it's been 10 months worth of investment. And I just want to be candid with you, Mr. Smith, that this isn't just us quickly dialoguing over this.
No, I completely understand.
Thank you for that. So I would say to you, 4 is better than 2, if we just add numbers. I would love for the city of Claremont to have 2 ambulances in this town. And I told Tommy and I told Jennifer, I would love for the county to have 2 also. So this isn't an either or. I'd like to see all of us here as Wellness Way continues to grow, as the ISBA continues to grow. This is only growing. And Mr. Smith, you had asked me a question when we had a Zoom call. Is Claremont willing to put skin in the game? Yes, sir. Anything over $1 million is not noteworthy. It's noteworthy. And we're doing that with staffing. We're doing that with vehicles. We're doing that with all kinds of stuff. And we're trying to do it with you guys. I've been asked over and over, are you trying to get out of the system and start your own? This is us putting an olive branch out, kindly saying, can we work together? Because if this doesn't work, then I've been asked by my council to figure something out. And I'm wanting with all my heart to work with you. Jennifer's asking me, do you want a call center? I don't know how to do a call center. I don't want to start working on billing. That's not where I'm coming from in this at all. I really, truly want to work with you guys. And I think if you were to ask Mr. Parks, Mr. Morris, Jennifer, there's a whole different atmosphere. And I'm not making any accusations or anything, but my heart is truly to make Claremont and Lake County, Commissioner Leslie, better. I want to do my part. I care about this entire community, not just Claremont. I care about all of us. I'm not just coming up here just for Claremont, although I care. I'm a champion for Claremont, don't get me wrong, but Mr. Smith, 4 is better than 2. And I think I have a,
I just want to reiterate something. My comment about skin in the game had nothing to do with this conversation. And you morphed it into me saying like it had something to do with this conversation. It was a completely different conversation on a completely different issue.
it's the spirit.
It's the spirit of us working together.
I can hear your heart that you're concerned that everybody does their part. And so I'm not trying to miscategorize your comments, but I hear your heart. The Bible says out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. And I hear you clearly speaking to me, Rick, Claremont needs to be a part of the solution. So I'm saying to your comment, whether it was directly or not, no disrespect, sir, at all. I don't mean that. I hear you. And we're coming to the table. We're truly wanting to be a solution to this. And I promise you, I'm trying to figure out, with council's blessing, how we can find some other additional spaces for you guys potentially. We're not trying to just keep you out. This doesn't help Claremont. We are trying to figure out a solution. All I want to do is help people.
And we're not trying to do it for free either, because we're willing to lease places. Just let that be known too, is we're not asking for anything free, because we will lease places to help out the citizens of Lake County and Claremont.
Well, all I want you to know is we're trying to help people. That's all we're trying to do. And we're willing to go outside of the city limits into our ISBA. Chief and I have discussed that. We're trying to figure out how to do this. Our fire services, we've tried to do more than we have in the past. This is a whole new spirit of cooperation we're trying to operate with. So I really appreciate your just let me chat with you for a minute. So thanks for all you guys are doing. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hold on, I think you got a question.
I just have one question. It's more for our staff, but I appreciate that. And again, probably can't say this enough. Appreciate the spirit of cooperation. I like the idea of trying to get problem solved and let's get to 4. I think that's going to be good. But just real quick, because I want to, again, this is an important discussion. The subsidy or the subsidization, I can't say that. Tommy, if you could address that. I mean, is there this overwhelming subsidy from Claremont to the system? I mean, what?
So the ambulance MSTU is based on property value.
Mhm.
Higher property value pays more. It's, I think it's 0.4621. I have to look it up to actually get the actual. 4629, I was close, sorry about that. 4629, so per $1,000 value. So wherever property values are higher, they will generate more. I think this year, the MSTU fund out of Claremont is estimated at $2.8 million. For ambulance operations, we're probably receiving about half that.
Okay, what were you were explaining the other day, though, the ambulance scenario? Equate that to number of ambulances serving Claremont. There was like 10 total, but 2.
Like I was talking about earlier. So it took 10 ambulances to transport out of Claremont in August and 11 in September. The 2 that primary served there, 64% of the transport volume. You add an additional South End unit when we bring in Rescue 85. It then goes up to somewhere between 75 and 77%. By the time you use all 6 of the South End ambulances, you're covering about 97% of the transport volume.
Okay.
I think what you're asking too is the tax revenue. So as Chief Simpson said, the tax revenue collected is about 2.8 in the past year. By the time you put it into the CRAs, you pay the 0.1 mil to all the fire services that provide ALS service on behalf of the ambulance service, it's about 1.4 million that's retained from the city of Claremont residents into the system. If you remember, the cost of the trucks, the personnel on the trucks, is about $1 million. So basically, the MST revenue collected from the residents of Claremont pays for one truck. Then you have your additional costs, which is your medical direction. All of that's provided through the system because we get a majority of the revenue into the system from billed revenue, not taxes. I think that's what you're
No,
asking.
you got it. Yeah, I just, because, again, good discussion. I just wanted to make sure, because I don't want people saying, you know, there's this, we're paying for all of South Lake out of Claremont for the ambulance service. It's actually kind of the opposite, that it takes a lot of the out.
The entire system works together to cover the cost.
That's why the entire system is important.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Tom Bennett. I represent the Claremont Local 4350. This might be the first time in history that you will have a union president in front of you asking for more work. We're seeing our boots on the ground are seeing these increased response times, and we're seeing our community suffer. I'm not here to speak on behalf of the firefighters. I'm here to speak on behalf of the community of Claremont. We want to work together with you guys. I have had in-depth conversations with your union as well, and they are 100% on board and have written a letter to the IFF saying the same. The bottom line isn't necessarily your deployment model. You guys have a great team working for you. You guys are doing as much as you can with what you have. But unfortunately, all of you should probably be angry, as well as all of us should probably be angry at 30 years ago and the planning that took place for this county. So we are the 17th largest county in the state of 67 counties. The next smallest one are our partners to the north, our neighbors to the north, Marion County. They're just a little bit, maybe 10% smaller. I called them yesterday, and their EMS division chief told me they have 42 ambulances on the road today. 42. It's exactly like Mr. Simpson said, this is an ambulance problem. We do not have enough. And even with the 30 ambulance plan, 5, 6, 7, 8 years from now, it's still not going to be enough, especially 5, 6, 7 years from now. And as far as the system is concerned, these are things that we have highly paid, intelligent people to work out, from county and city management and fire department management, to work out mutually beneficial agreements. In Orange County, our neighbors to the east, there are 7 or 8 municipal fire departments. Every single one of them transports, and have done so for decades. We don't need to sit in a cave and reinvent the wheel here in Lake County. I think we just need to collaborate, and I think this is where that happens. This is where the beginnings of that takes place. And those agreements, whether it's the high acuity calls or whatever it looks like, right now the ISBA, I'll give you an example, the last 2 fires I fought, the city of Claremont put 15 to 20 firefighters and incident commanders on those scenes. That's collaboration. That's us working together for the betterment of the community. Now, may there be some boundaries? I'm sure there will be. You know, having a Claremont fire truck respond to Umatilla, it seems like there should be one in between us that would work, right? But these are common sense decisions that should be made by the people we have placed in those roles to make those collaborations. And I think that's the overarching goal of everyone here. Honestly, to cite a study that was done in 2017, this community has blown up since 2017. Our community has blown up since 2017. We've grown probably 25% in the last 5 years, let alone 8. So it's going to take an army to increase public safety across the county, but especially in the city of Claremont right now with the density of population that we have. Again, I'm hearing different solutions just in this conversation with Commissioner Smith and our city manager. I mean, I'm seeing that. We're asking you guys to empower these people to make these collaborative relationships. Let us put an oar in the water, start rowing for our community, and transport our people to the hospital, increasing our public safety in the city of Claremont. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you.
I want to go back to, when we were talking, I think it was Councilman Howard said something about crawl, walk, run. To me, the crawl and walk is actually finding a place to put 2 ambulances inside the city of Claremont, like we're supposed to have right now. To me, that is the
The
crawl,
difference
walk.
is that we're growing, we're trying to expand so we can't do it right this second because we're actually tearing down one of our fire stations. We're having to move personnel and apparatus around to make sure that we can still do our primary, which is fire, which we're also doing ALS response. So we now have a limitation of what we have. What we're saying, though, is that as a council, and the way that I read council, I can speak for myself, but the way that I read the rest of council is that council is willing to invest in the process of making sure that we can bring in ambulance. But I don't think that, and I'm speaking for myself, I don't think that I'm willing to do that if we don't have somebody who we can hold directly accountable, because then our tax dollars are just spent in a way that we can't control. And I don't want you guys to come back later and say, oh, well, we had these agreements, they didn't work out, and we pulled those, and then all of a sudden we're the bad guy again. So from our standpoint, the infrastructure comes from our building. Like I said, we're in the process of trying to get Fire Station 5 up as quickly as possible. That wasn't even on the map for a while. That should tell you how serious this council is about getting our times down and getting our responses to where they should be. And we've worked with Chief Izell. He's come up with the plan. We've looked at it. And it's going to take investment on our part. But that's an investment that we're willing to make, but we need you guys as partners.
Have you guys, I know that when we put in orders for new ambulances, it takes quite a while, too, to actually purchase them. How far down the road have you gotten on that side of it?
We've already purchased one. I believe they already have one ready to go. So, like I said, we'll have our ambulances ready to go. They were saying by May. I know that we are already working on having staffing, I believe it was in December, because we just finished our fiscal year. So we are just now in the process of, we just finished everything. So at this point, we're funded. The only thing we're waiting on is a yes from you guys.
But all right, so you got your ambulance, but I heard that you didn't really have a place to put it.
We will, because we're trying to finish Fire Station 3. So we're working through Fire Station 3. We'll bring that on. We have another facility that we're working on right now, which is our training facility. We're repurposing an old piece of land for that. There's buildings on there. We went and toured those the other day. And I've asked that we get those up to par. We believe that there's showers and areas in there that we can also do that, to build that infrastructure quickly. So all it takes is for you guys to say yes, and we as a council to say, here's the money, go do it. And the fire department has seen us do that, whether it's through the new training facility, through accelerating Fire Station 5. Right now, you have a city council that is willing to invest in public safety.
How much have you projected out you'll need to increase your millage in order to cover all this stuff?
We lowered our millage with the anticipation of this getting approved and I believe the number was 1.9 million for those first two. I don't have it in front of me. But our millage was lowered with this anticipation. Our goal was to get to 4.2. We were at 4.88. We dropped down to 4.56. The ultimate goal would be to get to 4.2, but if we bring this on, we may not be able to lower it any further, and we are aware of that. So that would be something where if we bring this on, we know that there's that additional, and we're not going to be able to
And
lower
that's
it.
including building the places to put your ambulances?
Correct, because we're already redoing some of these facilities, and so we can build that in. And so like Fire Station 5, we can build that in. And because we already have facilities in place that we can repurpose, but it takes us to be able to say, yeah, this is what we want to repurpose this into. But like I said, I toured one yesterday, and I don't know how fast. I mean, it needs some roof changes, and it's already got showers and a bunk room and everything. So it's sort of built out. It's just old. It just needs a little TLC.
Is that your numbers, are they based on that, what we called option one, where we're still paying your, we're doing your operational? we're
That has
doing
been
your-
fluid, and where's Rick? Rick will have, either Rick or Dan has what our final numbers were based on in our budget. Like I said, for us.
It's a pretty big difference. I mean, if we actually, if you get the,
The 2 was 1.8, if I remember correctly, correct? It was 1.8, 1.9, 1.8, whatever. And that was included in this year's budget.
okay, but is that our option one, where we're paying for your,
That
all your
flu-
medical
that
stuff,
fluid
your
had-
supplies, your training, your medical director, all that, we're still paying for?
There was some discussions that changed some nuances, and I wasn't involved in those nuances.
Okay, it is a big nuance.
So the personnel cost for the ambulances currently, for 2 ambulances, is at 1.75 million. That is what we're looking for on the partnership from the county. The additional cost that we have, the field supervisors, division chief to run the program, that's on Claremont's side, and that has been incorporated into this year's budget, along with the purchase of an ambulance with equipment and everything else for us to eventually get to where we have all of our own ambulances.
What about the drugs and the training and the medical examiner and the dispatch?
When we purchase a apparatus, the initial outfitting is going to be at our cost, and then we will use the replacement agreement that we have in place with the current system.
What's the,
And it's the medical director. You're
Yeah,
saying the
it's-
medical examiner.
Yeah, yeah, we don't want it to be the medical examiner, we want it to be the medical
I
director.
want to do medical. So the budget question, though, but I had heard that those numbers were based off of, you have a reserve for 3 years. What happens after 3 years? Am I oversimplifying that? You lowered the millage rate, but there's a reserve that,
So we had 16 million above our required reserves, and so some of that money is being used for one-time projects. But the discussions with staff have been, we need to land on our millage. We can get to 4.2, depending on insurance. Insurance is our one big question. But we can get to 4.2 if we don't do ambulance. If we do ambulance, we probably can't get to 4.2, and we would probably need to stabilize where we're at. So that's it's an either or. We can continue to lower the tax base, or we can invest. And our citizens would like to see us invest in public services. And we have, as a council, have been very active doing that. And so, it's a tough place to be. Of course, we want the lowest taxes possible, but we've been able to lower it. We were at 5.06, and so we're down to 4.56, so 4.59. So we've lowered it substantially each year that I've been on the council, and I want to get as low as possible. But I also want to make sure that we're serving our residents with the best services we can, and that's where that balance comes in, and that's where the partnership with you guys comes in, is that for us to be able to do that, and for us to hold everybody accountable, and for us to have some control over that so that we can look our residents in the eye and say, this is how we spent our money, and here's where it went, that's where that works at.
But it sounds like you got enough, you could build us a couple spots to put ambulances, and we could at least address the first, in the first quarter, we've got a couple more ambulances coming on board. I guess I'm just not understanding you're working all the numbers from the side of here's where we need to go in order to have our own ambulances, as opposed to, shouldn't we be working the numbers? How do we make sure we get those response times where you want them? We can do that if we continue to work as a county What system?
So just so you know, I voted for that ambulance to be placed in the city. There was some questions that were asked by other council members that were not answered well, to be frank, and that's how that got denied. I voted for it. So it's not that I don't want ambulances within the city. And there are other locations throughout the city that I think are they're a little easier than the one that you guys were asking for. But that was a question by a council member, and that's where that went south, was that, but it wasn't up to me. So it was, like I said, I voted for it. So we're just, I'm trying to help you guys get there, but we can't solve all the issues ourselves.
I think, and again, I may be oversimplifying this again, but we want more ambulances. We want the response times to go down. The county does, you do, we see that. I was really concerned about the stroke question, so I get it. There's a lot of these that are concerns that are out there, and we continue to grow so rapidly. But I think getting the 2 ambulances in Claremont, as of a couple of years ago, would have been nice. And again, we're not going to go back there, but I'm thinking put a trailer up and put it in a parking lot if it matters that much. Find a spot until it's temporarily can go somewhere else to its permanent static location. But I guess what I'm hearing you say then is, so let's get those 2 in as quickly as possible. Let's get 2 more that maybe perhaps the city is willing to invest in and buy.
100%.
Yeah.
We want to go to 6. I mean, like I said, we've already sat down and looked at this plan. I mean, we have a fairly solid plan. Things are going to change because of roads, hopefully, we'll see. So we'll see some things change on our gridlock and response times because of improvements. But during that construction time, I mean, it's even going to be even worse. So things will be fluid in Lake County just because of our growth. But being able to target specifically to get to our goals is where we get to. And you guys, you're overseeing the entire county. We're overseeing ours. We have goals that we want to get to for our citizens, and you have overarching goals for the entire county. We can still be on the same team and allow us to get to those goals. And so I have a hard time understanding why, we're talking
Well,
around
I
an
think,
issue.
so maybe to get right to it, I think maybe this could be the final sticking point with that. So you're willing to invest in it, but I guess it's this like who's controlling it kind of thing. So if I understand this correctly, the science, if you have 2, let's say there's 2 that are based there permanently now, they could be. And then if you added 2 more, perhaps you're immediately able to jump in, all the more the better, and pay for those.
And now we're at 80 percentile.
Yeah.
85%, I believe it was.
Are those, and I understand your concern about if the Claremont's going to invest in this extra service, that you want to show your taxpayers that, you're being considerate of that. But, I mean, pretty much 99% of the time, or I'm just throwing that number out there, it's going to be most of the time. I mean, the calls that are going to be there are going to stay there. I mean, it's going to be, if it's a static location, it's going to stay within the Claremont area.
Within the area,
I mean,
SBA.
I know there's the concern about, well, we're going to get transported up to Umatilla. I mean, if somebody's from Southlake is going up to Umatilla, there's a huge disaster going on.
So that wasn't the concern. So the concern was closest unit and getting stuck in a vortex. So we do have, so let's say we transfer to Leesburg, and then we have something that's in that North Lake, and then you get pulled through a multitude of calls. It's not I mean, look, if we have a Blue Rhino, we're going to come. We're going to show up.
Right. But I mean, so it's like even doing that, like I don't even care. Put the City of Claremont logo on it in partnership with the county, on those ambulances. But I guess that's like probably if I'm understanding it, it's do you want the COPCN or not, is the question. Will you, if you're not going to get that, are you still going to proceed with a partnership with us?
We were trying to partner with you. We're not looking for a COPCN. We haven't asked for you. Nobody's even discussed that.
And that's what I thought I heard you say earlier when we were talking individually a month ago. But it's just, I don't know if that's the issue right now with moving forward with getting 2 more or not, but.
No, we're ready to move forward as soon as you guys say yes. Like I said, we've already bought an ambulance.
Yeah.
So we're ready to outfit and move forward.
I think we should put those options back up on the board, though, because it's, What's that? They've already been covered, chief and mayor, and then Tom. Okay, so as far as number one is where there's actually the distinction, as I see it, is they're under the control of the city. They would go to high acuity calls outside the city. And then you would actually, the county would pay for the operational, the medical director, the supplies.
Right,
all
so
of
the
it.
first option would be we would pay for everything we currently pay for, and we would pay them per call.
Okay, so that one doesn't seem fair to everybody else in the system.
And that's for transport.
Yeah, okay. Number two is what you just described, but they would pick up their operational and training cost, and that would include,
Correct.
okay. That's the difference between those two, correct? One and two?
Correct.
Commissioner, if I could just clarify on option one, the only thing we're not including in that is low acuity calls outside of the ISBA. We'll do closest unit for all calls within the ISBA. We'll do life-threatening outside of the ISBA. And that's for, like Councilman Howard was talking about, when they're up at Leesburg, if another call drops. If it's high acuity, we'll take it. If it's a toe pain, we're going to allow another unit to do that, and that unit's going to start coming back to Claremont. So that's the main difference. It's not a fully integrated ambulance, as was talked about earlier.
Okay, so it only leaves for the high acuity.
Correct.
Okay.
We'll go anywhere in the county for those.
Okay, and is this, so right now, we're only talking about one ambulance, right? Or are we talking about two? You're talking about two?
Our goal is
Okay.
for two.
And that would happen how quickly?
We're looking at an April-May timeframe.
Okay, all right, and, but on one, the other distinction is that the county picks up the medical director, the supplies,
Correct.
all of that extra stuff. Okay, what does that about equate to if, in value? Like, how do you,
So what we looked at the operational cost of all the ambulances. We have 46 total that are licensed by the state. Our costs are over $4 million. When you divide it out, it's about $87,000 per ambulance. So it's going to be in that neighborhood of what it costs operationally to operate an ambulance. And I would, if I may, Chair, I would like just to clarify with Chief on option one, because as the discussion has occurred, I thought I heard something. I just want to make sure. In terms of the personnel costs, are you asking the county for the personnel costs, or are you handling those?
If we're getting the per call, that's all we're looking for.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to clarify.
okay, all right, so, all right, then number two is what we just described. But, yeah, they pick up the operational cost. So that's you said, comes out to like 90,000 an ambulance, a unit, so about $180,000 extra.
In that area.
Okay. Three would be, they stay under the county's, in the county system. County covers all the costs, but Claremont staffs the ambulance.
Correct.
That would be three.
Correct, and they could have their logo on the truck.
And they could have the logo on the truck. And then four, we leave everything as it is, but we'll be adding, by second quarter, we've got four more on the street.
Correct.
Okay.
And would that include, option three, would that include if they're transporting to, I don't know, South Lake Regional and then get a call into Four Corners, they would go to that call?
Correct. Option three would be just as if we were adding another county ambulance to the system. The difference would be that it would be staffed by Claremont personnel, and it would have a Claremont logo, but everything else would remain operationally the same.
Pretty good partnership there.
Okay, and then three, we would also still be adding what we just discussed. By second quarter, we've got four more.
Well, we
Total,
have, okay, so
system-wide.
let me clarify.
Okay.
We have funding for 5 ambulances this year. Our plan is 2 in Claremont. So if the 2 in Claremont are theirs with the boundary established, we have 3 for the rest of the county.
Right.
We do
but
not have funding for 6 I'm sorry, 7 ambulances
What about option?
in the current
it's-
fiscal year,
it's fine.
right?
Is that two in addition to the two that were?
No, that's what I'm saying is we have funding for 5 ambulances total. So in the current fiscal
And
year.
2 we're going to go and.
2 were going to go, it's a countywide system, but 2 were going to be housed in the Claremont area. So if those 2 are the Claremont with restricted boundaries, then the 3 we have to look at putting elsewhere because those 2 wouldn't be
Okay,
a
but go back,
countywide.
go to option number 3, though.
Right.
Okay. Option number 3 is that they're putting the ones that they would fund, and that would be on top of the 2 that you were going to put in the Claremont area.
They would fund the purchase of the vehicle and their management staff. We would fund essentially the personnel and the operational cost. We would fund the operational cost and the personnel. You're talking about option 3.
Option
Yes.
3 says Claremont staffed ambulance is part of county EMS system.
So we would be funding their personnel and their operating supplies. If they would be funding the purchase of the truck and their management staff, if I heard that correctly.
Yeah, that
To be
doesn't
honest,
say
I'm getting
that.
a little confused on the options,
Right.
too. What we would like to do is Claremont is willing to purchase the ambulance and all the equipment. What we're looking for is the per-call reimbursement, you know, the MSTU, and then the actual revenues collected to offset the cost of the personnel on there. What we're also picking up this year is we're looking to add another battalion chief to each of our shifts to assist with management in the field, and we're also adding a division chief of EMS to run the program as oversight. That is in Claremont's budget. We are not asking for reimbursement on that. We're just looking for the transport. The only other piece that we've asked for is there is some training that is specific to transport that we're going to have to go through. And if we have to incur costs by having backfill or sending people off duty, we've asked for that to be reimbursed, and we're estimating that might land in the neighborhood of about $200,000 to $300,000, depending on what the schedule looks like with that. And we're also working actively with the team over there to get those numbers down.
All right, so, but option 3 could be 2 more with the city than the 2 that were, plus the 2 that we're putting in there.
So we just approved 45,
I mean, the city, the 2 more that they're
I
paying, they're willing
understand,
to
but
pay for.
we just approved 45 positions with the anticipation that they were going to be on the 5 ambulances. So we would have to take a look at the numbers associated with if they bought the 2 ambulances, and then we provided the per call, and we've got the 45 positions. We can't afford to buy 2 more ambulances to house all of our 45 now. So we've got to figure that out.
No, I
It's a
understand.
different,
I guess what I'm trying to zero in on maybe the solution, that we'll get the 2 that we wanted, have all along have been there last couple of years there, underneath option 3, but then if
Correct.
they're willing to pay for 2 more ambulances themselves, then, I mean, it's still county oversight. I get it, put the logo on it. I think they're not gonna be on once in a blue moon, they're gonna be called somewhere way out of bounds. But, I mean, could this solve what we're trying to get to get 2 more?
Just let me get on number 3. Number 3 doesn't work for us because we've already approved adding the division chiefs. So we've already added 4 positions in that level of management oversight to the tune of $800,000. So we've already approved
You're
that
doing
to
that
go in like
anyway.
this. No, we're not. This is specifically because we're bringing this on.
So let's just say that we didn't approve anything today. What are you going to do? I mean,
Then we don't fill it and we don't have ambulances, and you guys can figure it out from there.
So may I make a suggestion? We have 2 ambulances coming on board first quarter.
we'll have one's already there now, I think, isn't it, Tommy? Not in the city limits.
No,
but
we don't have, yes, we have, I think, 22 or 23 on today, so we have that up and running. Before you next board meeting, we're going to bring an agreement with the city of Mineola to use their old fire department.
Right.
So that's going to be an ambulance hub where we can put up to 4.
Right.
okay.
So, just however this works.
Wait a minute. My question is, we're going to have 2 ambulances coming on board the first quarter. 4 ambulances coming on board the second quarter.
Correct.
Can the 2 ambulances coming on board the first quarter be designated down south?
Yes.
Those are
the
the
plan.
first two. Those are the first two.
Okay, so I think we're just getting a cart before the horse. I think we need to see
How that goes.
how it goes and see if the response time comes down, and then we'll go from there.
I mean, that's what my thinking was, and I keep coming back to this, like, if we could just find a place to put them actually closer inside the city limits, then we're even a step further in getting those response times down, and also seeing how it works, how you're not, whether, I mean, it could be that in a year or two, what you're saying makes sense and everybody wants to go down that road. To me, you got to try this first. You got to see what happens when you actually get 2 more there. If you want to beef that up even more and fund another 1 or 2 and see how that goes. But I wouldn't go to fragmenting the system. I think you fragment, I mean, I've heard a lot of things said today that just are concerning to me when you're talking about a system of this nature, that, you know, nebulous sort of moving parts, not sure, maybe put here, maybe have a building over here, oh, we might renovate this. It's like, okay, that's fine, but we can't jeopardize the whole system over some things that aren't totally fleshed out. And I say you add the ambulances, we see how that goes, we look at those response times. If we can't get to those targets and the city is still unhappy with the response times, then we relook at some of these other.
Madam Chairman, if I can jump in on the issue of space. So as you know, the property manager is housed in my office. She is constantly looking for space in the Claremont area. It is extremely difficult to find. The location that was recently denied by the city council was about 2,000 square feet at $12.40 per square foot. If you go into a commercial plaza, which is typically where we're having to look now, you're doubling your square foot price because it's triple net leases and you're responsible for all of the things that you are in a typical commercial plaza. So you would be looking at $25 a square foot. But even in that scenario, it's extremely difficult to find space in Claremont in that area for lease because they're getting gobbled up by commercial businesses that obviously are going to want those storefront type areas. So just keep that in mind. We'll continue to look. We're looking all the time for a variety of reasons, but we always struggle finding viable space down there for things like this unless they can go on, you know, public properties or properties that are already zoned for this type of use.
Quick question, so maybe for Councilmember. The option 3 you said doesn't work because you're committed already to your equivalent of a battalion chief then?
So not just the battalion chief, we're adding in the battalion chiefs and the division chief. So you have 3 battalion chiefs and a division. And so that was $800,000. And so this was a big investment for us, and we had a lot of discussion about it. So it's not something we entered into lightly. And you know, at the end of the day, part of the reason that doesn't work for us is that if you guys retain management, then we have no control. I can't go to Chief Azell and say, I'm really unhappy with this. You need to fix it. I can't come to you and say, Leslie, Sean,
Yes,
Anthony,
you can,
you know.
though.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, you totally can. That's
So
where.
this goes back to, Ray Goodgame was up here 15 years ago asking for
Ray,
the
I
same
mean,
thing. It just never got fixed, and it
I
hasn't
love
been
Ray
fixed.
Goodgame, but Ray always wanted an ambulance in a location. He wanted that ambulance just to be there, just so he could drive by it and see that ambulance was there. It wasn't.
But here we are.
So I mean, I don't know that I agree. I didn't agree with him then that that was the solution, but it made him feel better, and that's what he kept asking for. But to say that that was the vision and we haven't realized it and now we're going to fix that, I don't agree with that. I don't think that Ray was right then. So.
At the end of the day, you've got a city who's willing to partner with you guys and invest our citizens' dollars to make a better system for them. And, you know, if you guys want to go at it on your own and continue the management and do all of that, then that is totally your prerogative. We're just here trying to be a better partner.
Yeah, I guess I just want to explore that more, though, about, I'm not following the additional battalion with 4, because, I mean, you're going to have them staffed anyway, and I think that includes county will cover the cost.
No, on item 3, you guys would have all of that all of that oversight, that's exactly what that says. Whereas when we bring it under us, it's under us, which would be under our chief, so that way we can hold our staff accountable and make sure that we're doing what we want to do. We can't hold your staff accountable. I mean, it just doesn't work that way.
But if you have 2 more ambulances there that are in those static locations, I mean, yeah, what's the big control over staff? Is it, I'm just, and I'm not trying to catch you.
Ours is trying to, it's not. And this is what I've said, is that we know where our heat maps are, we know where our weak spots are, and we're willing to go and figure out how to fix that on a granular level, at our city level, so that we can look at our residents and say, look, we invested tax dollars into this, and we fixed these problems. If you guys want to fix those problems, be my guest.
I'm saying the same thing. I mean, because those heat spots, though, if you're going to put them statically there, pretty much most of the time, that's the area they're going to serve. I'm just, and maybe we need to talk about it more offline, but.
In the big picture, we want to add 6 ambulances to be able to serve that entire area and have that 10-minute response time. That's what it's going to take. Yeah. And so then we sit down and we figure out exactly how we configure that. But to get there, that's something that we have to control. If you guys want to figure out a 10-minute response time and go do all of that work, then
No, I know. I'm just
more
saying,
power
'cause
to you.
It would be staff, they'd be staff, as I understood, they'd be staffed by you. But I mean, and you all said that you liked our staff, like everybody that, the response and the medical director and everything. Yeah. So I'm just wondering, like, why yeah.
So if we add to it, then that fixes what you just described. I mean, you're saying everybody's doing a great job, we just need more on the.
Your leadership staff are quality people, and I highly respect them. But I do not want to get into specifics, but right here, I can show you responses that should have been much sooner. And I'm just telling you respectfully, there are people that their needs are not being met, and we're asking for the opportunity. I mean, we have the union president standing up here saying, our staff wants to do this. Let us help us. I gave this example to you, Sean, and I said, it's like a grown adult, 25, 26 years old, living with his parents, and the kid wants to move out, and the parents are crying, saying, don't leave. And I'm saying respectfully.
Really bad analogy.
Can I finish
in
that,
this-
please?
But really, really
No,
bad analogy. In a system like this.
The largest city in Claremont would like an opportunity. It's not a bad analogy. It's somebody that's grown up to a point. We have an ISO rating of 1. They're doing a great job on Claremont's side. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but I have grown kids too. And I don't want them to go, but
But
let
we're
us have
talking
an
about
opportunity.
EMS and you're talking about an ISO. I mean, this is like,
It's-
are we
it's-
talking about really transporting here? Or are we talking about building a fire department? I mean, it just doesn't, I don't understand why you would bring that up.
I heard the words, I don't want to get confrontational, but why wouldn't you want our help if we're willing to put money in? Why wouldn't you want that?
I do. I just think
Why?
I think you have to do this in a step-by-step process, and the
How
key
long?
is to get more ambulances in that district.
How long, and then who will be up here to listen to us in the future? Will this be a different council? Will it be a different group of people? I'm just saying, all these are so many variables that we don't control, any of us. So if you make a commitment, say, let's talk about it in 2 years, that's fair, but what if, who's here? Who's not here? I'm just saying, variables change, people change, 4 years, 3 years, everything changes. And we have a golden opportunity with a council that wants to put money into this. We're not just talking. We're actually putting it aside and wanting to do it. And I honestly don't understand why you wouldn't want us to put $1 million+ into something to help solve the problem. And I heard fracture the system, but you know what? It's become a trigger word for me because that seems to be the go-to comment whenever we bring this up. I've been talking about this for 10 months.
But it's a real word, and it means something, and when you literally have.
We want to help.
I just,
help.
and the reason I disagree with your analogy is I don't think that you grow up and then you have an island of a system inside of a countywide system. I think it hurts the residents inside of
ISBA is not an
Claremont.
island that's in the county, and we're willing to service those areas, Leslie. So respectfully, you can't say that. We're willing to service the ISBA. That's what we've said. And I told Jennifer, and she suggested south of the Turnpike, you should look at. Now, we were willing to look at that. We're not trying to be a problem child here. We're trying to grow up and do something significant for our city. They need help. But all of these say we have a problem. These are, I'm happy to show it to you. These are serious issues that were 20 minutes or more that should not have been that long. And I don't like talking like this because these guys are doing an amazing job. And I don't want to come across ungrateful, unappreciative, or anything like that. They're just spread so thin that they can't do this alone. You have your own union telling us they're willing to work with us. So again, I don't understand. I don't want this to be about kingdom building or anything. Let us work with you, respectfully. Let us work with you under your certificate, with our gang, and I think we can do something great. That's what we want to do. That's what we're respectfully doing. I think Jennifer's and Tommy have come up with a fair formula that we're willing to look at. And we've talked to all 5 of you. I'm asking you sincerely, give us an opportunity to do this. We won't fail you. We will do a good job. I promise you. We will. Chief Azel's leadership and these guys, I'd put my own life into their hands. I trust these guys. They will do a great job, and they will help Lake County even beyond the borders.
Well, and the only thing I want to say is my goal is to have the best system possible for everybody and for the city residents of Claremont. My concern is that we're kind of talking in a lot of platitudes, and the reality is you've got to look at what actually works and what will provide better response times, and better response times will come from having additional personnel on the street and the ambulances on the street, and that's exactly where we're going. If that doesn't work, then you come back and revisit it, in my mind. I just think it's like, it's risky. What's being described is very risky to the residents of Claremont, who think that, okay, we're gonna get all of this better response time. You need about 10 ambulances in order to get the people of Claremont where they need to be. You need the rest of the system. We need to be working together. And, you know, high up on my list of working together would be one of the first steps to be working with the city of Claremont to actually have a place in the city where those ambulances could be.
Yeah, I don't quite understand why, you know, and you said it better that, you know, they're going to need at least 6 to 10 ambulances to cover what Claremont needs without the county's assistance. So either way, the county's going to be involved. So with that, I would like to make a motion that we approve option 4 with the agreement that the first 2 ambulances come on board, go down to Claremont.
Yes, sir.
I'll second the motion, and obviously want to continue the conversation and try to get to work on this as quick as we can, because I do think the conversation is good, but I'll second the motion.
And I'm hoping that for the discussion, I'm hoping that within the next 6 months, by the time they're ready, we'll have numbers going back and forth to see if what our plan is doing is actually bringing the numbers down.
We're going to continue right now, we have 17 on provisional. We're about to do another orientation with 15 to 16 paramedics. We're going to continue to hire them as long as they apply. And when we reach the end of our budget and we can't afford it any longer, then I'm going to come to the county manager and say, we can hire paramedics and we need money. That's not something we're going to stop. That will continue to happen. And just to reiterate with what Chief Simpson said is that we're going to look at those utilization hours and those response times, and that's where ambulances go. We know they have to go to Claremont. We've got to pay attention to Claremont. We've got to pay attention to Leesburg. We've got to pay attention to other things. But specifically with Claremont, we can sit there and look at those response times and work with them to ensure that we're getting ambulances in there to bring those times down. That's our goal.
I would also like to encourage or have staff look a little harder in the city of Claremont to find us a place for ambulances. And if we have to put a trailer, I remember being in a trailer when I was in an ambulance, and maybe put it on, I don't know where South Lake Park is, if that's even plausible, but there's an opportunity there or some land owned by the county that we can put a trailer to cover.
Yeah.
Question.
Or a business owner that might even have space that we could use for that purpose.
Yeah, temporarily until this new static location, yeah. Just real quick on the motion, would it include, I think you're going to say yes, but that we could come back here in 6 months after after this initial wave is put in, and then with Claremont and go through the same thing if we need to again?
Yeah, that was
I
added
think
up.
that's definitely, you mentioned that too, that that would be part of this, is revisiting it. And also the idea of if they wanted to staff an ambulance, put a logo on it, and control that ambulance, in addition to everything else that we're doing, I'm certainly open to that, as long as it's not taking away from the system as a whole.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, that would be on them, you know. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? And again, reiterating that it's an ongoing discussion. It doesn't just end today. The first step is that we dedicate those first two to the city of Claremont area. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right. Sorry, it got a little heated there. It's just that, you know, the end of the day, the key is to protect everybody and make sure that if we go down this road, let's do it very carefully, incrementally, and let's minimize risk. And I understand you guys having aspirations, but I think that we've got to be very deliberative about this. There's too much at stake, and everybody's safety is at stake. Okay, moving on. We got to move on to, we're 12:15, and
So we'll talk about a road.
oh, we were going to talk about a road, but we got to take like a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm fine on break.
Okay.
I'm always there for break.
You want to tell them?
We were going to talk about Heartwood Marsh, so just give us like 5-minute break, and we'll be talking about Heartwood Marsh.
Okay.
Excuse me, Chair. How come there's no public discussion on Claremont Firehouse section?
It's just a presentation,
Did I
right?
miss I only saw Heartwood Marsh. Heartwood Marsh.
I didn't know you commented on that. I'm just asking for clarification. Yeah, I didn't have any comment. Because you didn't.
Joe, I don't have a card on that
I
topic.
wasn't expecting it to be a long one.
What's? Okay. Yeah, well, we're going to be continuing to talk, so. Well.
Need water.
All right, we're on? Okay, we're going to proceed with, the topic is Harwood Marsh and County Road, or State Road 44B. And I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Parks. Or Jeff.
I'm going to turn it over to you quickly, but as you see, thank you, City for Claremont, for sticking around. Another controversial issue, I guess, huh? Right? Maybe this will be easy. I hope so too. Yeah. This was commissioners, if you remember, a couple months back. This was maybe an item, both 44B and how to address Hartwood Marsh Road, both being that for years they've been code red, top of the list as problems for all of Lake County at our MPO list of priority projects. And I know the city of Claremont for years has been their top road issue as well. And it's literally every week that I'm getting a comment or question about Hartwood Marsh Road. You probably do with 44B. So the discussion was left unanswered or to be continued in a sense from a couple months ago about how do we address these two immediate issues. If you remember, we were talking about funding and all that kind of stuff. So I wanted to bring this back up because I think there's a relatively easy solution here to get this construction, both for Hartwood Marsh Road and 44B, underway. Hartwood Marsh could start as soon as 2026 if we were able to sort of bridge the cost to start the construction between the time that we actually start the construction versus the time that DOT starts paying us back. And so I have proposed, very similar to 44B, it was discussed that day as well a couple months ago, to loan this in the short term to get the construction started by the summer of 2026, right, Jeff? He's in the back, nodding his head. So that is what I wanted to talk about today. Thank you, and I apologize. We had a long meeting last time, but it was on the agenda then, but wanted to address it now. And I'm hoping that this is something that we'll see fit to move forward for both these projects. I know it's a big deal up in the north part of the county as well. So staff or whatever, chair, whatever you want to do. But
Well, I've got speaker cards, so
Okay.
I'm thinking I just go ahead and do the speaker cards. Joe Famasi, then Dan Mathis, then Rick, and then Vincent. All right, Joe, you're up.
Joe Famasi, Wellness Way. I come to you this morning to ask you to support this project. The economic impact of people being late to work going down this road, believe it or not, it's an arterial road that goes to Orange County. Those people that go down that road that earn that money is what pays for these taxes. So they need a little bit of relief. Also, there's several developments that are started down there now that are going to be completed before you know it. They call it the Wellness Way North Project. That's going to add more traffic to that area. It's going to cause awful more delays. There's also 2 schools located down there, Imagine and the Windy Hill Junior High. If you've ever traveled down 27 during school hours, remember to stay in the middle lane. Because if you're making a left onto Hartwood Marsh, good luck. So, and also, it leads to lots of accidents on 27. Unbeknownst, they line up way back, both lanes, and it ends into a collision. So I'm asking that you support this project. It's about safety. Do not forget about the firehouse that's located down there. Good luck trying to get out during school hours. You're talking about emergency and wanting to save lives. This project will do that. It'll help the emergency services to be able to go out in both directions in a time when they need to get out. There's just going to be increased trafficking, which is going to make it harder for people to come out on Hartwood Marsh to go out either direction. So I hope that you will consider this project today. Because this, when they open up that connector road, how many more people are going to be coming down the Hart Marsh area? Yeah. So please, consider this, grant this project. We need it now, not down the road. We can't kick the can any further. Thank you for your time.
Dan?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Council. It is afternoon at this time. So good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. Dan Mathis with the City of Claremont. I'm not going to be repetitive because we also have a meeting to get back to very shortly, but I'm just humbly asking for your support for this roadway. It's a very important east-west connector that relieves some of the State Road 50 traffic, but the traffic on this road has been horrendous lately, and trying to get down to Ocoee or Winter Garden, it's a long journey just getting through this segment here. So we ask for you for this help in doing this project. It's been on the program for years and years and years, and it keeps getting pushed back. The traffic is not going to get pushed back. The funding and the expense is not going to get pushed back. So we ask for you to act on this immediately, please. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dan.
And Rick?
Hello again. Rick Van Wagner, City of Claremont.
I don't see it on the agenda. Was it on the agenda?
It's his report.
It's under Commissioner Parks' report. It's under Commissioner Parks' report.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. Our number one road that we get complaints about is this road right here. More than 27, more than Highway 50 is Hartwood Marsh. And the expense is only going to continue to go up, in my mind. And so we're asking that you would please get the loan and help us to do that. And again, Mr. Smith, we are putting money into this also. Jennifer can give you some more specifics, but we're trying to be a good partner. Forgive my passion. I love Lake County and I love Claremont, and I just want to make it better. And Sean could tell you, he probably has heard from the same constituent. We have one person that complained to us from their neighborhood on Hartwood Marsh to 27. It takes them 45 minutes to get to the Highway 27 every morning. They came in tears and said, please change my quality of life. I cannot in good conscience, Mr. Smith or anybody else, say in 2032 we can probably look at that. I can't say that in good conscience. It troubles my soul sincerely. And this is just one person among many. We've had hundreds of people communicate with us over the years. So I just ask that you consider, please, looking at this. Thank you so much.
And Vincent, now do we get to count all the other times you've come to talk to us about how bad Hartwood Marsh is? I guess not. Because you have been here a lot, and we appreciate the fact that you have been tenacious on this issue, and you have been a good representative of your community.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm, like Commissioner Campione said, I've been here for 7 years going over the same project. I'm trying to be very simple. In today's invocation, there were two words mentioned. It was growth and commitment. Now, that touched me a lot, all right? Also, smart planning. As you can see on what I printed out, I'm going to keep this short. If you could zoom in a little bit so they can see those numbers. And I do apologize about the typos. Okay, this is the Hartwood Mart expansion, Phase 1. Only Phase 1, which is going up to just Regency Hills Drive. We still have to go all the way around to the next roundabout to the 455 connection. That's Phase 2. All right, in 2007, the approximate estimated cost was only $9.7 million. Okay, all these numbers I'm getting from the OM Engineering Service Incorporation. In 2022, the estimated cost only went up $6 million. So that's a total of $15 million. Okay, here we go. COVID came around. 2025, the project's now going to cost us $25 million. Okay, in 2007, in 18 years, it's $15.3 million. But in the 3 years, out of that 15, it's $10 million. So with this idea, which thank you to the council on saying, or the commissioner, the BCC, the 3 to 5 year short-term bridge loan rate would be approximately 3.5 to 4.5 percentage. I'm not no mathematician, but if you do the math, we could save money, because now with the cost being so out of control to pay for it, it's, to me, take the loan out. Let's get phase one, so this way we can get on the MPO and just ask for more help, all right? My city manager's been working with you guys, trying to help you out financially. We're trying. I'm trying everything I can. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you about the properties, the firehouse, the schools that's going to be affected, because I'm not here to repeat. I'm being very humble, all right? And I am. I'm asking you, please, be considerate. God bless you guys on your decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then bringing it back, I mean, this was under Commissioner Parks's report, and that's why I wanted to bring it up when we still had our Claremont folks here. And of course, this goes hand in hand with the request that we had talked about for 44B as a way to get the state of FDOT to step up and try to move that up in priority, or to potentially even work on aspects, choke points, if you will, on 44B, maybe the intersection at 44 and 44. B, that's so bad, very similar, where there's not even a turn lane to get into, and everybody just makes a turn lane. And that happens in several places on 44B, and it's absolutely crazy at peak hours. So a little different with 44B, because this one, you've got your funding in outer years. The 44B project has been like for 13 or 14 years, the #1 priority on the PO list, but it just hasn't been funded. So my request would be to ask for a loan amount of $10 million for 44B, and then present this to FDOT and see if we can get the project bumped up. And we also should go to the City of Eustis and City of Mount Dora as well, to see if we can get assistance or contribution. I see Claremont is going to spend the money to do utility relocation. We may need some help like that from Eustis or Mount Dora, because you have both cities serving 44B with utilities, and they've both approved projects in the very recent past on 44B. So that, I think it makes, construction costs are only going to go up, just as we were discussing. And so this could be a way to move these projects up.
It's Hartwood Marsh in the city limits. They're going to end up with a road anyway, if they're going to do 50% on either side. But I'm okay with them getting the loan and us committing the money to pay it back. But I just don't think that, since they're going to end up with a road, it's going to be theirs anyway. If they get the loan, we've already committed that we're going to pay the money.
Yeah.
Yes, the funding is identified in several sources and through 2029.
But the
So
timing.
it's going to get paid back. I mean, it's going to get paid back from the FDOT funding, correct?
It's DOT funding, impact fees, and I believe we also have a portion of the match and penny sales tax.
All right, so, but about that, though, a timing question, though. I mean, that might be totally out of the blue for you, the
No.
city of Claremont.
No, I discussed it with them.
Oh, did you? Okay, I didn't know. All right,
Had the discussion.
yeah, sure.
I haven't discussed this with all the council members. We just finished our budget cycle, so I don't have a feel. I mean, my guess, I think we'd have a hard sell getting that much money, in all honesty, right now, because we're looking at a parking garage, we're looking at Station 5 in Wellness Way for a fire station, so I don't know that we can pull that off right now.
Okay,
so.
yeah, fair question.
But
No, fair
yes,
answer.
yeah, you did say that to me.
Okay, yeah, no, I didn't mean, I just meant that, to me, it was, I didn't hear about that, so, but that's the problem. I mean, the problem is that you're committed to some other, and your budget is smaller too, so I'm not sure, would you even get the same, this is a bonding question, but, or a loan question, would they even get the same rate? I guess they might, but.
It depends on credit ratings and their debt ratio, current debt ratio.
So what they're asking us to do is to invest $12 million, and then they're, give them the road. And I don't understand why we would be doing that if it's, they're going to be their road.
So the way, though, that these things normally work, though, I mean, on a collector or arterial road, those are county roads. We might have a JPA that says when it gets to 50% ownership, is that what this provision is that Commissioner Morse is talking about, the JPA?
Correct. It's the ISBA. Their specific provision for Claremont says that if they annex a sum of greater than 50% of the existing frontage of properties abutting any subject right-of-way, however, it, let's see, maintain located between, or county 4-lane or greater roadway, Claremont shall assume maintenance responsibility. I think the 4-lane is actually an exception to that, but it is an ISBA provision.
I mean, we'd have to fix the road anyway before you handed it over.
Right.
It does. It says nothing in the agreement shall require Claremont to assume maintenance for any road or drainage facility that does not meet city standards
There you
other
go.
than right-of-way width.
See, that's the catch, is that a city isn't going to take over the road unless it meets the county standards. You're not going to get it to county standards unless you do the improvement, and that's why it falls on the county as opposed to the city. Otherwise, you would just not do anything. The road would be in horrible condition, and people would be waiting 45 minutes to get, to an intersection.
And just to clarify, the county 4-lane or greater roadway is an exception to that. So
Okay.
they would not be required to take it either now because it's not meeting their standards, or if you were to 4-lane it, unless they agree to do it otherwise.
So here's the problem I have. I do not have a problem with anything that I'm seeing. The only problem I have is this needs to be agendized. It needs to be agendized, because if this was agendized, I'd have gone down there personally, driven that road several times, look at the other options. There may be other options out here other than, let's just take out a loan. There may be options that we can take something away from something the county has and adding it to this road.
Well, I put it on the agenda, though.
This was part of the discussion that we had when we were talking about the gas tax, and it was not, nobody made a motion on it at the time. Commissioner Parks wanted to bring it up under his reports to have the board reconsider the loan option.
So I would like to see the whole thing agendized. Otherwise, I might have to vote no on this. I like the idea, but since it's not agendized and we don't have all of our options, and, I'm not really thinking about this. The first I'm hearing about it is 12 million here, 10 million in Eustis, so now we're at 22 million. So what the heck?
And to clarify, because it is not on the agenda today, you wouldn't be taking a vote.
I'm just
Jennifer's
looking
looking for
general
direction. And then
Put it on
she
the
would bring it
agenda
back.
is
Well, yeah, I mean, I would be, do whatever we need to do, but the time is of the essence if we're going to get this started by 2026, both of them, projects. I thought it was something that we were all pretty clear on, the need for both of them to try to get it done. The time value of money is a big deal here, and waiting to get it done would be even more expensive.
I'm not saying waiting. There may be other options of funding.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't know.
Hold on, Commissioner Morris.
We know how we're going to pay back the 12 million. How do you pay back the 10 million on top of that?
So the 10 million would have to be identified either through the penny sales tax, or we would have to do it through impact fees or some, but that's not our road, actually. I don't know that we could pay impact fees on that, or just general revenue from sales, meaning sales tax within the general fund.
Well, run the numbers on 10 million and 22 million at
So-
4.5%.
So estimated, it's probably about 5 million a year annually.
What's our penny sales tax?
Or, I'm sorry, yes, probably about 5 million a year.
So why don't we put this on the agenda for next meeting, right? And then we bring back some numbers, and in between now and then, too, Jennifer and I can try to have some conversations with Eustis and Mount Dora. Not that we get any answers back, but we might get a feel for, where they might be. We know that Commissioner or Representative Cobb was looking to do her own appropriation, not a request from the Board of County Commissioners, but her own appropriation for $5 million. And when I met with her about a week ago, she said that she's only going to put that request in if we secure seed money.
Weston anyway.
What's that? No, she said she's not going to do it unless we put seed money into it. So just, that's part of this whole equation. But I think that just putting it on the agenda for next meeting, you could actually take a vote. We can't take a vote today. And
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. But I mean, we've been, Hartwood Marsh Road, I know 44B too, but we've been talking about that for years. And I mean, at one point, the public was under the impression that it was actually going to be done. And then we didn't get the loan, or DOT pushed it out.
DOT pushed the funding.
Pushed it out. So, I mean, this is not a matter of like just not doing it. I mean, it's got to be done, and it needs to be done in 2026, and it's only going to get worse. So, I mean, I know we can't vote, apparently we can't vote on it today, but to me, it's pretty clear that we need to do this, and 44B too, but, because it's got to get done.
And 466A.
Yeah.
well, I mean, there are a lot of projects.
I think they're all
19.
bad, but I don't think anything touches Hartwood Marsh. I think it's by far the worst in the county. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm like full speed ahead on Hartwood Marsh today, everything else being close behind it, because I think it really matters a lot too. But Hartwood Marsh, I mean, 45 minutes to get out of your driveway and get to 26, that is insane. You're basically frozen in time. I mean, this is like a crisis of traffic that this county's never experienced. So that's why I'm 100% for going as fast as we can.
Yeah, so am I. I mean, if that's direction that you need, I mean, it's only two of us, but.
Well, I mean, I'm in favor of the Hartwood Marsh project. I'd like to come back and bring you some videos of 44B and what it looks like at peak
Oh, it's
hour.
bad, I know.
I'm supportive of that too.
Because it's critical mass at this point. And we have been told in talking with the Secretary of FDOT, if we actually came with money. Now, that's like that's almost a $40 million project. So the question is, could it be phased? Could they address choke points? Would DOT actually potentially find the money if we came with a payment in hand as seed money? But we won't know until we actually tell them that we want to move in this direction. We won't know.
And don't be confused by me wanting to agendize this. It's not me saying I don't like it. It's the proper way to do it.
No, you're right. It has to be on the agenda.
So do you want me to have engaged the services of our financial advisor at this point, or you want to just still hold off on that? That's what I was,
I say you do.
that's what I was trying to get direction on. If
But to
you,
get the numbers, you're going to need to.
right. That's why I was trying to get direction today, because to engage with him, I mean, there's a cost to it. And if the board was not interested to move forward, I was not going to engage the services of a financial advisor.
And I'm glad you made that clarification, because I want the story out there to be clear, because there'll be a lot of people in Hartwood Marsh and 44B. So what they would hear today is that we have an interest in this, now you're going to get.
Now I'll get the financial the financial advisor engaged, and we'll do a presentation.
Have an option.
And we'll have an actual amortization schedule. This was just seeing if there was any interest. There was no sense spending the money on the advisor if we weren't going to move forward, or if there was no appetite for it.
Okay, yeah, so that's sort of the message in the story, is there's an appetite to do it, but we can't make the final decision today. But
Correct.
you're going to get the data and bring it back.
Correct. And it's just basic, it's not going out for loans at this point. It's nothing, it's just a presentation by the financial advisor, as well as staff will put together more information detailing the, as Commissioner Campion said, the choke points on both roads come with the financial advisor to actually give us, here's your cost, here's what you can do. You can do either a 5-year loan, a 10-year loan, a bond, whatever. He can offer the solutions for financing.
Sounds like a good plan.
And
I would like to see,
Jake Glover from PFM.
I would like to see other options other than a loan. What can we take away from whatever project we got going on in the county and moving it toward those roads so we don't have to take a loan out?
Okay.
I think it's valid. I think,
That
let's
sounds
just
great.
see, at least go through that process
Right.
and see if there is something that we could just bump
may not be,
down
but-
and try to, I know, we're also having a discussion with Mount Dora about the CRA issue. And we had brought up this really great idea when we had our joint meeting last time with them, that why not take that money that would have gone to the CRA in an increment and put that towards roads in that immediate surrounding area, or in Mount Dora in general, and I feel like it ought to go to 44B and 441 widening. And that could at least be some more seed money that we could offer up to DOT to try to get them to move those projects along.
My issue's not with the need. I know it's the need.
Yeah.
It's
How
how do
to-
we plan on paying it back?
Yeah.
That's what I'm interested in.
And it's the dire situation really that's put us here, so.
You opened up CRAs, yeah, that's, what is it, 15 million from CRAs come out of?
15 million is paid to CRAs.
Yeah.
That's a whole other issue.
From the general fund.
Countywide?
But I was referring to that one
I know
CRA
that one's-
expansion
That
issue.
includes all municipal plus our county?
Yes.
Got it, okay.
Yeah.
That gives her direction.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you guys for staying. Thank you for your input. Moving along, then, we're gonna bump
Thank you,
down
Benny.
to item 30 and number 8. So we have our Ren Fair Education Foundation folks here, and I've got cards, but I think what we want to do is we need to start with the fairgrounds presentation, because this request for the Ren Fair would have implications that relate to how this project moves forward. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Angela Harold, for the record, Director of Operations, Parks and Trails, Public Lands and Facilities Management. I'm here to introduce Emily Colon this morning, who's going to give you a potential partnership opportunity to construct and maintain the new fairgrounds location. So a little bit of background, the new fairgrounds location is approximately 68 acres located on Road 448, County Road 448. We have been engaged with a consultant to start master planning the site. We did receive infrastructure sales tax funding. It was approved in fiscal year 2021 for $250,000, with annual allocation of $500,000 approved beginning in fiscal year 2024. We also received $2 million in legislation appropriations through FDAX, and staff was recently contacted by Mr. Corey Warner for a potential partnership for the construction and operation of the new fairgrounds. So with that little bit of background, I am going to bring Emily up so that she can discuss it further.
Hi, how are you? Emily Colon. I'm with the Southern Group representing AEM today. And so this is, I'll try to keep it brief. She did a great job with the overview, but this is looking to partner. It's not necessarily a commitment yet. It's just with the conceptual site plan that we're looking for favorable approval today. And then we will start digging into the cost analysis and numbers, and we're hoping to have those numbers towards the end of the year and come back to you.
There's the map.
Oh, yep, thank you.
Are you representing the private entity?
Yes, yes, sir.
And your request is just for us to approve the conceptual plan?
Conceptual site plan, and then, green light it, and then we get going and start digging into really what the numbers are, and then come back, of course, before we do the planning and construction.
And being that this is a public-private partnership, just to make sure that the county will have no money in any of this, right?
No, it'd be a partnership.
It's a partnership, we will.
Partnership. But we don't have.
No, I'm talking about the pre-planning and getting all the numbers and
The part that you're doing.
the work that you're
The
doing.
analysis that you're doing.
Well, we'll start digging into the numbers, but we're not going to spend county dollars without approval. So.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I don't have numbers to ask you for right now. So until we start doing cost analysis and spending some money, we can't ask for anything.
Right, so all those numbers
Yes.
that you're going to gather,
Yep,
bring back
we
to
would.
us. or-
You're not agreeing to any of that by
Okay.
saying yes today. Yep.
So I've
Work
looked
out
over
the
this.
partnership part with the money once we know what money we're talking about.
I looked over this plan, and it seems a lot more reasonable than the last plan that we saw before you were on the board, Anthony. There was a plan that was $150 million for the fairgrounds. So this plan here has a 150,000 square foot event center. You have a place for rides and outdoor events. I'm assuming that it could be like a grass area and for soccer fields or whatever.
we will move forward, and I'll come back with something more real.
All right, then in the parking area, I like it. I think the Renaissance Fair is here because they're wanting to have an extension. Would there be an opportunity for the private sector to talk to the Ren Fair to see if there could be a partnership there coming in 2026 to see if y'all can collaborate and come up with a plan that would work?
So this would be something that I wouldn't want to say yes.
No, you can't say yes.
Yeah,
or-
I can't say yes on behalf of my client.
But you would be
We have
able
a
to work.
conversation. Yeah, but of course, the timing would be the concern. But yes, I mean, it's a conversation, yes.
Okay.
But can I put my client on the hook for an agreement? No.
No, I'm
Okay.
not asking that. I'm asking there may be a plausible solution to it. If not, then we have another fairground that they could use.
Yep.
There's other options, but I think this may actually work out for the Ren Fair. I don't know.
So, yeah, I think the concern is, and we could have the speaker come up from Ren Fair Group, but it's really, I think, going to come down to if you do the analysis, get the numbers, come back with an actual proposal, and we're working on that, would you, and we come to an agreement, would you actually have started to, alter the site by the time that they would need it for the next Ren Fair?
Potentially, because I don't know what site preparation will be needed today.
Yeah, so, and I think that's where these discussions would need to go and I don't even know how you make any commitment like that until you know really how you would phase it. Would you, how quickly would you start to move? But I think maybe what we're looking for is just the idea that it's a possibility that still may be able to have the Ren Fair there if you haven't started work. And then if you have started work and you've gotten it all done, basically, could we then have an ongoing arrangement so that the Ren Fair could have their event there moving forward once it's been developed? So,
Just a question, I'm sorry, I'm going back a little bit, because this is the first I've seen the concept plan. I mean, a couple months ago, I may have heard something about, there might be some kind of public-private partnership, and then this couple of days ago, I heard, okay, there's going to be potentially a public-private partnership for this. I mean, is this this is your only part of the presentation? Is just this slide? I mean, so you're asking for, do we approve the concept plan, or is this just like, what's the ask again? Repeat it, I'm sorry, repeat it.
We're at this time just looking for discussion and direction. If this is a possibility that you would like us to explore, then we will continue it further. But we wanted to speak with you all first, give you the proposed layout, let you know the background. We were engaged with the consultant on the master site plan, but we can pause that if this is another avenue that you all would like to explore.
Who's the consultant? Southern Group or somebody else? Who's the consultant?
oh, she means our old plan.
The
old
old,
$150 million plan.
Not that one. There
But
was
just
another.
There's another one,
just from my
Gator
knowledge,
Sketch.
who is that consultant? I'm just curious. Who that was.
Gator Sketch.
Gator Sketch, yep,
Yes.
gotcha.
For which one? The
Or
150?
the- Not the 150, that was
Oh,
Roads
the
and
most
Bridge.
That was
recent.
Roads and Burrito was the 150 million.
Roads and Burrito was the 100.
Roads, yeah, okay. But again, so like, I mean, I see the rides and outdoor event. So is this just, it's the same thing, fairgrounds, but just with this?
This is a potential public-private partnership where they would come in and they would also operate and maintain it after it is completed in construction.
As a revenue share, potentially.
Okay.
And if you notice, we were initially looking at maybe a 30,000 square foot expo center. This is actually proposed in this concept plan to be a 150,000 square foot event center.
And what would be the next largest events there in the county comparable wise? Not to put you on the spot here. How big is our unair conditioned fair?
16, I think that's 16,000
That's
square
a
feet.
16,000. So this is 150 versus six. Yeah. Okay. Wow. And then the Lake Sumter Convocation Center, I guess that would be what? Probably 20, 30.
Probably,
That I don't know, but I can.
maybe.
Okay, so
It's
we're
probably
talking
about double our fairgrounds.
I totally support the moving forward because no matter what happens at the end of the day, we're sketching out a firm concept and we're exploring what I think is always a good idea because every city and county should be exploring public-private partnerships. Pulling the final trigger, that's a different question, but moving in that direction, as long as it's not, super expensive, then yeah, absolutely, I support it. Because I mean, this is very new to me. I talked to Jennifer the other day, and I didn't even know about this plan. But I'm very open-minded on it. I'm sure, my thoughts will change a little bit over time, but right now, I mean, I'm very open-minded. I think it's a good idea.
Has so much potential. I love the idea of a private entity stepping up and actually, running with this project as long as it's, whatever agreement we have is fair and equitable.
Correct.
And that we're satisfied with, with the terms. And then my other question would be, trying to find a place for the Ren Fair. They love this location. Obviously, it would look very different once this was done, if it in fact is developed this way. But it looks like there's enough outdoor spaces that you might actually be able to have a nice Ren Fair there. And if it didn't, and you didn't like it, then we could go back to trying to find another spot.
What about across the road? Isn't that count?
We've explored that.
No.
She'll explain that.
Yeah, we've explored that fully.
Well, sorry about that.
No. I just mean, we've been down that road so many times.
This is another one like Heartwood Marsh Road.
Oh, okay. We don't have to borrow 12 million on this though, right?
Yeah, and if we can have Bobby and Angela and everybody that's been involved in exploring we can get that analysis off of the shelf or out of a file, or so you can at least digest and look at it and see whether.
Was that bad, huh?
It was pricey.
In other words, she gave you homework.
Yeah, and then there was the parking issue. Okay, all right, so how about, I guess we would just need you to take back to your client that
Do we need a
we're-
motion on this,
So,
or just a consensus?
Get to that.
I would do a motion.
Yeah, but if whoever makes the motion could include that they would at least take into consideration,
So I'd like to make a motion that we approve the concept plan to move forward to see what the actual numbers are, and also encourage the private developer to work with the Education Foundation to see if there can be a plan working together in 2026, so both parties could function.
Second.
Before we go to vote, can I ask a few questions? Because this is all very new to me. So what's the name of the principal, the investor, the group?
American Event Management,
Okay, and where are they based?
Lake County.
Oh, okay. And do they go to different places? Is this a first-time idea for them, or do they have a history going to cities and counties and planning a similar project? Just curious.
Yeah, so I'm relatively new with them, so I'd have to
Okay.
give you some more background.
Okay, cool. That's all. Thank you.
We're looking at the same company at the college to do some work also.
Okay, all right, so we had a motion, we had a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, well,
Thank you so much.
yeah. And then the one thing that I want to make sure, yeah, we can have Elizabeth come up and talk a little bit about Ren Fair. I think the most important takeaway I've always had from the Ren Fair discussions is the amount of money a Ren Fair makes and how that money then goes 100% back into our students and teacher needs and so forth in Lake County. So it's like such a big part of supplementing, educational needs in Lake County.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I will do my best to move along. I really just appreciate the opportunity, to your point, to share about the impact of the Lady of the Lakes Renaissance Fair, which is hosted by the Education Foundation. Last year, the Lady of the Lakes Renaissance Fair had an economic impact on Lake County of $4.8 million. This was the third year in a row that the Renaissance Fair surpassed an economic impact of $4 million, as reported by Visit Lake. As the Education Foundation prepares for this year's events in just a couple weeks, we will be welcoming another 30,000 patrons over the span of 2 weekends. And this includes welcoming thousands that will be visiting Lake County from across the state and the country. This is the largest fundraiser for the Lake County School District. So today, and along the lines of the conversation, I'm asking that you all consider and support the Education Foundation's request to extend our lease in Tavares for 2026 to be able to host the 25th annual Lady of the Lakes Renaissance Festival. Since January, I've appreciated the opportunity to work with the Lake County staff, including visiting Lake Idemere, to make plans for the 2026 Renaissance Fair as our lease comes to an end this year. We've been presented with the 18 acres of beautiful county property in Umatilla as a future site, and the staff has been so gracious and creative in presenting ideas to make the property work. However, as each month has passed, we've identified a number of challenges, more significantly challenges and costs associated with traffic, safety, logistics, and infrastructure, each making a move to Umatilla unrealistic. And these challenges, coupled with the reality of moving a large-scale event like the Lady of the Lakes Renaissance Fair, would mean a loss of 20 to 30% in regards to attendance numbers and therefore the funds for the Lake County School District. Simply put, the best way to describe a move to Umatilla would be trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. As I know you all are aware, the Lake County School District has navigated the reduction of its budget by $16 million. Although the Education Foundation cannot fill that gap in its entirety, it is our mission to serve as the connection between public education and our community by identifying needs and securing resources to enhance the quality of education. Over the past 5 years, in part due to the Renaissance Fair, the Education Foundation has invested more than $7.5 million in the Lake County School District. One of the most important investments we can make as a community is in our future workforce. That's our students. One more year in Tavares would allow us to support the Lake County School District while reimagining the Lady of the Lakes Renaissance Fair or redesigning our fundraising strategy as a nonprofit. So in closing, we are so grateful for 24 years of a partnership and support from the county and our community. This fundraiser for the Lake County Schools would not be possible without partnerships. We are eager for the opportunity to continue collaborating, whether it be public or with private partnerships, in a way that is both meaningful and feasible. And I encourage to see all of y'all in a couple of weeks at the Renaissance Fair, November 1st, 2nd, 7th through the 9th. Thank you.
I have a question. Is it always, are these always held in the fall?
So the way that it kind of maps out is there is definitely a route or kind of fairs across the region. And so our fair kind of fits perfectly in between some of the fairs that happen in South Florida. There's groups of vendors and performers that come down from other parts of the country. So we have these 2 weekends, if you will, locked in from the perspective of performers and vendors, which is why we have these 2 weekends.
So if we were to kind of be up in the air, because we don't know what's going to happen when they come back with their proposed, plan, can you kind of lock in next year with a big caveat that it may have to be canceled or moved to a different location?
We definitely could do our best to communicate that as appropriately as possible so that we maintain interest from vendors and from performers. That's the biggest thing, is we don't want them to write us off, right? The reality is, though, is if they're planning their schedule a year in advance in regards to where they're going to go because they caravan from place to place, that is a potential risk that we would be taking with this. I'm open to that, but it is definitely a risk in regards to will they remain involved.
I think we're missing a very big picture here. If the partnership works out and they're not ready, we have a phenomenal place called Lake County Fairgrounds currently over in Eustis.
Have you been to a Ren Fair?
I have,
Okay.
several times.
All right.
It started out in a retention pond, is where it started at Hickory Point.
Right. So
And then, but it doesn't have to have a bunch of trees. Scotland didn't have trees everywhere. You didn't start off with trees everywhere. But that's just an option if there is no other option. I'd hate to lose the Ren Fair because you're unwilling to move it somewhere up the road for a year.
Yeah, Can I?
No, I think, but, okay, I think it's a really good point, and I wasn't meaning to be condescending at all. I just, was having a hard time picturing how you could fit that at the fairgrounds because of the parking problems we already have and where you put everybody, but I guess you'd like put them all through those places where the little expo buildings are and where you normally have rides and things during the fair and in the livestock pavilion and all that. So that would be a possibility. The other thing would be the Umatilla site, although you don't like it and you said it would be a 30 to 40% reduction in revenues, it could just be maybe a one-time thing with the idea that once this is developed, that this site could be with all the outdoor spaces that's shown on this site plan, I mean, it really could be a good location
Is that what you're
in the
counting
future.
on, is to come back when it's done, or do you have a plan B?
My hope is that we would be able to be in Tavares for one more year to allow us the time to whether it be reimagine the Renaissance Fair, whether it be in a place that doesn't have trees or a different type of Renaissance Fair experience, or if the reality is that we need to reimagine how we fundraise as a nonprofit. So I would say that we need that year so that we can continue to work through that, but also provide the support for the school district that is a part of our mission.
Okay.
So you really hadn't thought into 27, I mean, if it's not going to be available? I mean,
Well,
I
I think I would get with Angela and go out there to Eustis and look at the fairgrounds, because there's a lot of land out there that, when the fair's not there, you don't realize how much land is really there. I mean, there's a lot of land out there.
I would just want to say one thing. I wouldn't say that I haven't thought about it. I just want to make sure it's clear that I've been working with Angela and the staff, and they've been great since January of this year, trying to figure out how to make Umatilla work. And so it is a large-scale event, all the moving pieces, as well as preparing for this year's event. And so trying to do it in a way that's strategic and meaningful and also honors our mission, too.
I was going to say, you're doing a wonderful job representing the Lake County Educational Foundation. You're being very diplomatic, because I had some lengthy conversations with you, I know, in the last couple of weeks, so a little bit more specifically into this. And having been a board member years ago, I don't know how many years in a row I did all the parking, was part of the parking team, getting thousands or hundreds of people that would come in. So it's a very well-attended event, and it's a big deal. So I appreciate what you're doing. But I think you're being nice. I think you need a certain, to make this an even better, or just as good or even better, potentially final, and that's my words there, potentially final Ren Fair for Lake County next year, you need to have some certainty that, that you're going to have this space.
And
So that's why I think, I would think you need to have that certainty from us, so like the agenda item was pulled. I think you do need the 1-year extension for that. And what I'm saying is maybe, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but maybe, and you're working with the board, but there's probably more than a 50% chance that you might not even do Ren Fair anymore after next year, right?
Right. I mean, I think that we are open to it. We recognize the impact of the Renaissance Fair on this community and on our students. But also, as a nonprofit, 50% of the funds we raise are from events. Research shows that it really shouldn't be more than 30%. And so I'm new as the executive director. I have the joy of evaluating a lot of things and really building on such a great organization. And so part of that is having those tough conversations with the board on where are we headed as an organization.
So you'll know I'm sorry, one more question. So you'll know, as I understand it, in the next 6 months, when you keep workshopping with your board pretty much what you're going to do with that.
Right. Really being able to ask for that additional year was kind of our stepping stone to be able to say, where are we headed with this?
And I don't think we can guarantee them a year. I'm sorry, I told you this yesterday. I don't think we can guarantee you a year, because it will certainly mess up what the private sector is doing over at the fairgrounds, and I'd hate to destroy what we have a great momentum on the fairgrounds be destroyed for a 1-year project when there's so many other places in Lake County that you can certainly go. I can name 2 or 3 off the top of my head. And we can talk later if you'd like.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about realities, though, because like the concept plan is going to come back, she's going to bring numbers back to us.
It's private sector, remember that, so they
Yeah.
could have this thing up and running in November of 2026.
Yeah, but when would they actually start doing, yeah, right, it could be, yeah, if they started their
Yeah.
site work
Yeah,
right
they could be-
away.
They can be clearing in February.
It would be clearing.
It's not government.
Work, taking trees down, things like that. Grading, site grading.
Well, and the map that you showed as well, just for awareness, where the Lady of the Lakes Renaissance Fair is where the parking is allotted. I'm not opposed to us minimizing the size of the Lady of the Lakes Renaissance Fair to be able to be there one more year and kind of partner again with the private partner, because it would be the parking area. And I recognize those are conversations I can have with them. But please know that, like, I am open to variety of ideas and being creative, but being able to stay in the same location where it has the brand identity, it has the recognition, it's going to make sure that we already have the infrastructure that we're not going to have to invest in, the marketing we're not going to have to invest in. So all of those dollars raised are going to go back to our students.
I can't vote for your extra year extension because of the things I've mentioned, and I hope the board can agree with me. It would, I think, would mess up what we have going on with the fairgrounds and the event center. However, there may be an opportunity, it may be an opportunity that they may very well be cleared enough for you to do what you need to do, but I don't want to put them on the spot and say, they got to stop everything they're doing for a year to make sure that they don't mess up what you're going to do for a weekend. I'm sorry.
What do you think, they can have a conversation with a private partnership to see when they felt they were going to clear, when they felt they were going to start pouring everything?
Well, it depends on us if we approve the numbers and all that stuff, so.
So, I mean, it's all in, I can't see where, I don't think it's a benefit to vote on it today. I think there's a lot more information that needs to be gained before we say yes or no. So, and I hate to put it in limbo, but we don't know the timing right now. And I do know the fairgrounds has been needed for 15, 20 years. It's been talked about.
Yeah, the reason the timing part is because you have to tell vendors basically
Right,
next week,
that was my hope,
couple
in
weeks.
being able to have some decisions in place in the sense of we'll have our vendors and performers out there in the next 3 weeks. And so being able to articulate what our plan is for next year, as well as the number of stages, materials out on the site. I try to be really mindful of people's time and not having to move things twice.
So what if you go take a look at the existing fairgrounds? Have you ever been back all through the property in the back?
During the fair, not,
You need to come up here, Jim. Because I was just going to say, if you could tell your vendors, it's either going to be here or here, we will be letting you know. That way they at least know there's going to be one. Come up to the mic.
Name, please.
It's really not big enough. I mean, I've looked at the area.
It's 60 acres.
Well,
How big is the fairgrounds now, Eustis Fairgrounds?
60 acres?
It looks really different when you have all of those rides and things out there.
Just look at aerials. I don't drive by, I just look at aerials.
Well, because there's wetlands and everything that you can't.
Yeah, there are wetlands.
Anyway, it wouldn't be worth moving for 1 year, I don't think. We look, maybe, I agree. I vote on it today. We need to know, but we tell them it looks, think we might make, I don't know. But
Because that way, at least you could tell them, there's going to be one, and it's either going to be here, where we're at right now, or it's going to be over there. But you're at least letting them know there's going to be one. And
moving it, yeah.
because otherwise, it puts us in a spot where we could be losing an opportunity that could be worth millions and millions in the long run.
We could
And
tell them that, and then if
transform
it
Lake
turns out it
County.
doesn't work that way, we could let them know 3 months out, 4 months out, well, we aren't going to be back next year.
Yeah.
They can change their plans by then, so.
Well, I mean,
The clerk needs your name for the record, please.
He said it, Jim Miller.
I did.
Jim Miller.
And I'm sorry, it's 30 acres of land out there, not 60, 30 acres of land, which is more than what you're using now.
right, it is more than what we need now, or what we're using now. We don't need a bigger spot by any means.
So I'm understanding it's either Tavares or nothing. That's what I'm hearing, right? You're not even willing to look at other places, even if it's going to be, even if it's going to be a 30% decrease. Isn't a 30% decrease better than a 100% decrease?
No, sir.
It's not?
Because the 30% decreases over the next it would take 2 to 3 years to recoup that if we do, if it brings it back.
I don't think human utility is ever going to be, we'd like to study uses before we make a commitment to move. But I think for today's purposes, we can say, we think we're going to, just say we're moving to the fairgrounds for next year. And then
I can't make the commitment of being able to move to the fairgrounds, but I can appreciate taking time to have a discussion with the private partner and allowing y'all, I think that's totally.
Okay, so why don't we we'll bring this back at our next meeting. You'll have a conversation with them. I think we're open to the idea, if it doesn't interfere with what the private partner has planned in their timeline, then we're okay with extending it, but only if it doesn't interfere.
And we can make, adjustments as well based on what would work for them, so.
Okay, all right, I think we have a game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's not us or them, it's together.
Okay, all right. Okay. Thank you guys for being here.
Appreciate what
Thank
you
you
do.
for waiting all day to get to this point. And yeah, we do appreciate what you do.
I'll date it.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's about 3 times as many of you.
All right, Lori, I'm going to mark your speaker card unless you want, okay. Okay, all right, now we're going to jump back and pick up our regular agenda item, tab 28, Commissioner Sabatini. This is a discussion about the lawsuit.
Yeah, we talked about it most of the time. I don't think the board supports it, but I wanted to be formally on the agenda. I think we should join the lawsuit. There's now 2. 20 cities and counties do it. The item looks a little deceptive. It's not 20,000, it's actually 10,000. It's 5 and 5, depending if there's 2 more appeals. But the only real commitment on the front end is 10,000. I think it's modest for the amount of destruction and harm that SB 180 is going to cause if it doesn't get fixed. To this day, out of 160 legislators, not one legislator has committed to erasing or removing the burdensome language. There's been a lot of chitter-chatter, euphemistic talk about fixing the issue. None of them have said the simple thing, which is you have to remove one sentence from the bill to fix 99.9% of the issues, and no one's committed to that. So the legal route is the least we could do. I know that the board at this point, the majority doesn't probably support, but I'm going to go ahead and make the motion that we do join the lawsuit because I think it's the least we could do. 5 years from now, if there's unfettered destruction and rampant sprawl and destruction of the Lake County identity, I think we'll all regret not joining it, so I would join to move it.
So,
Is that for 10,000 or 20?
10. Yeah.
Okay.
I know they want 20, but I would offer 10.
do we have a motion for discussion? For a second for discussion?
I'll second for discussion, but
Okay.
I appreciate that, and I might, as I said before, I might be with you given another month or so, and some of these committees get out.
And I'm fine with that.
I might be with you, but not right now.
I mean, we could come in as amicus, we could have come in later, we could do something like that. And then, please, I would encourage you to look at the Thousand Friends of Florida lawsuit, which is the second one that got filed last week. I'm sure that one, and they got probably one of the best attorneys, his name Grosso or whatever. I mean, he's real good. So I'm sure that's a good one too. So I do hope you guys will study it and support it and hold it in your view. So.
And I would just say that the discussions that I've had with members of our legislative delegation is that they are, in fact, going to do what they can do to get it fixed. So I appreciate the fact that they have indicated that that's where they intend to be. I understand the reality is that if that's not what the rest of the legislature is willing to do, it won't matter what their good intentions are. But I appreciate the fact that they've indicated that they are interested in trying to fix it. Couple thoughts. I like the idea of waiting to see whether those conversations and the legislative committee work actually starts to materialize towards a fix and then make a decision then. And I also think another possibility is we get to the end of the session, nothing's been done, and then I'm 100% there.
Okay.
100%.
I agree.
With that said, I'll withdraw the motion since, after Commissioner Smith's comments, because I think, obviously, I'm not going to force anyone to vote if we know we don't want to vote, so.
No, I'm in favor of waiting until we see what's going on.
Okay, I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay, I think that's a good resolution, and then we all know where we're at on it. Okay, all right, now on tab 29, this is Commissioner Smith.
So tab 29 is the naming of it, since Anthony brought up very good Charlie Kirk Memorial. I started looking at the ordinance a little better, and there's a lot of things in there that I didn't realize, like the county manager can just designate a building to name whatever she wants to name, and it doesn't have to come to the board. I saw a problem in that, not with Jennifer, but maybe something down the road. So there's a lot of things in here that the only thing that's changed in here is they have to either have significance in the county, be from the county, or live in the county. Everything else is the same.
Wait, that's what you were wanting to add, so that the county manager couldn't name a building for somebody that didn't live in
I
the
struck
county,
that-
be
I
from the.
struck that.
Oh, you struck that language.
That was in there.
That's it.
You took the county manager's ability to just label rooms and whatever.
Right.
All right, so-
Or department
I'll
head.
just
I guess,
see a
I
few
guess Jennifer's
things,
not going to get her building.
if I could.
But Jennifer's not going to be here for another 20 years.
Break room named after her.
Well, I think the obvious most significant thing in there is limiting our own authority to name anything in the county after a state or federal figure. And to me, that just doesn't really make sense, because obviously I think it shed a very positive light that the governor himself and other national media outlets like Fox News were highlighting in a very positive way what we did last month. And I just think the option should be there. I don't think that, this county should be limited in who it names something after. For example, I don't think the state should be limited to only name statewide figures. Last month, the state delegation named a state road after a particularly county figure, a very great sheriff we had who was elected at the county level. So I don't see the reason why they should limit themselves to only state figures. We should only limit ourselves to county figures. It's an option. Obviously, I think I would take it. I would be more open-minded to it if every week we had a bunch of things that are national and statewide interest on the agenda, and we needed to limit that. But really, I don't see in the foreseeable future any other road namings happening. There's only been one in the year I've been on the board. So I push back. I'd vote no on any of these changes thus far. Also, the way, speaking at the second item that you brought up, the county manager's authority to name something, it does say that it has to have consensus. It's not a totally unilateral move. It's guided by the board. It just doesn't have to be formally done in the sense of a resolution. And I see that as being helpful, again, if it's for something more modest that doesn't require, a formal meeting, something small, or maybe a room in a building, something like that. So with that, I push back on this. I think that some of these are controversial changes. I would just, maybe if you want to workshop it, sure, but right now I'm a no on these changes. I think the policy is good. And I would also just end by saying, it's policy to guide us. So really, it's law. It's not really law. At any given time, there'll be an election. There'll be new commissioners, off commissioners. The consensus of what those commissioners want and what the votes of those commissioners create is the policy. So you can write it down and you can limit yourself in that way, but it doesn't really handcuff you, because honestly, you can make the motion, disregard the policy, and do it anyway. So I just don't see
That's exactly right. You certainly could. I just wanted to enhance the fact that I think that we should be voting on things that are directly related to Lake County and Lake County citizens, and what people have brought to Lake County and what people have come from Lake County. So I mean, that's it.
Sure.
But it would only be Lake County. So I don't know.
Trump
We use Ronald Reagan, there's a lot of roads that have been named after Ronald Reagan. And
Turnpike's one of them.
Right, but if you wanted to do something special, I mean, let's just say it was Donald Trump. It was, we wouldn't be able to.
No, that'd be put on the state road. They can't put anything on a
Again, I
county
just
road.
don't see, I wouldn't want to handcuff us. I'm not saying
Because
that.
it's hard to imagine, I mean, there's a lot
I
of
agree
different
with- yeah.
circumstances that could come up, and then you're like,
And
I'm
I
stuck.
totally agree with the sentiment that we have a lot of Lake County heroes that need to be named and Lake County leaders that need to be named. And of course, I would say probably less than 1% of our roads, far less than that, have memorial designation. So I wouldn't be in favor of a policy that limited what we consider in the future. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I think we should strive to be mostly local. I agree with that, but yeah, you do want to have the flexibility to have some national, hero or somebody that's of recognition, without having to go and make it's against your policies and, make a policy change on the fly. I'd rather just keep that part at least the way it is. Yeah, but I mean, I think having.
Hey, you know what? I'm just one vote. I think it should be Lake County people.
I think it should mostly be. Maybe we make a note of that. I don't know.
So, if you don't like this, that's fine.
Yeah. That's a good question, but I mean.
It'll die, but I just wanted to put out there that I want to recognize Lake County people in Lake County for their contributions that they have provided to Lake County. That's it.
Yeah.
So, okay.
I think most of the time they will be.
I mean, we're definitely going to name a road after Sean probably here in, I think, a couple months is what you told me.
Do you know something that I should know?
Well, we don't have a requirement that you be deceased, do we? Like
Okay, good.
the school board has that, where
Politically deceased.
you're not allowed to name a building unless the person, I think they have to actually
Yes,
be
yes.
deceased.
I mean, you want to we'll just name a road after you right now. I mean, Commissioner Smith?
No, I don't need anything.
I think we definitely all agree that the focus, most cases, shouldn't be local, yeah.
And I think that naturally is what would happen without having to put something in writing. That's naturally where it would go.
I just think that y'all just reread over it and see if there's any cleanup that you would see in it.
I mean, I will.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, all right. We did 30, we're moving on to 31. This is Commissioner Sabatini, District 1, Children's Services Council, to serve a remainder of a 2-year term ending 5/14/26.
Sounds good.
And that's what, Courtney
Oh, you got a name?
Dominga?
Yeah, there's a name on there.
Dominique?
Second.
Fine by me.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, then, moving along to the county attorney's report. County manager's report.
Nothing today, thank you.
Commissioner Sabatini.
I just want to let the board know I've been chatting with Melanie about our petition. I think our county attorney staff, and Melanie particularly, did a very good job on the petition to challenge the budget that was proposed by the property appraiser, which obviously I think we all agree, we do agree, should be reduced significantly. One of the nuances in the law is that it's a petition. They can actually, technically, they can kind of ignore it or wait a long time. So I'm hoping this board, there's a consensus on the board, to direct our staff to be very persistent and loud in our communications towards the governor's office and staff involved with the cabinet, and what the cabinet's called the State Administration Board when it makes decisions like in this capacity. Just, I mean, I've been telling them, and they're listening, but I want to make sure everyone knows, like, we're all here together, that we should be very emphatic that we expect them to make swift action. They had the potential to put this on the agenda for their December meeting. And so I'm hoping that, hoping they meet earlier than that, but December's fine too, as long as, obviously there's going to be a formal presentation of this petition, so that way they do the right thing and reduce it, which obviously they will. And then secondly, I would say, I think it's noteworthy that there has not been a response filed to the petition.
Is there a requirement for a response, or is that just?
No, there's no court rules here. It's not like the civil rules.
What I'm understanding, Commissioner Sabatini, is it's the squeaky wheel. You want to be the squeaky wheel, right? Or
What's that mean?
that
No, I
means
just, whenever I'm speaking
I'm
to
okay with the
staff about
squeaky
it-
wheel process, by
Yeah,
the
yeah.
way. I like the squeaky wheel process.
Good, yeah. But if I ever talk to the staff about administrative actions they can do to support something we've done in the past as a board, I want to come back to the board and just let them know, hey, like, I hope everyone is on the same page on this, which is, because I think that we can step up our communications effort and really direct the administration, like, not just file the petition, because I mean, my only fear is that this petition gets filed, but then it's, people are busy and there's all these different statewide entity items that are on their agenda and maybe it gets tabled, something like that. That's my fear. And so hopefully we can really weigh heavily into the fact that we'd like to see this resolved in December.
Yeah, I think the citizens need to know one way or the other how the state feels. So I'm certainly agreeable for Melanie to be the squeaky wheel.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. I don't know whether we should use our lobbyist to make contact with the governor's office
Good idea.
and cabinet members.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea because, I mean, although from the legal side, I can be as squeaky as you like, there is no defined process like there is for challenging a sheriff's budget. So other than calling them, I can't really make them do anything with it. So I'll get with Jennifer and we'll reach out to Chris.
Okay, yeah, that sounds like the most direct way to get a hold of the people that we need to be talking to. All right,
That's all I have for my report. Thank you.
okay, very good. Commissioner Parks,
Nothing to report.
Commissioner Smith.
Just, I spoke at Plantation. I'm going to be speaking at Rotary Club tomorrow. I spoke at Plantation, and Kathleen and Jeff and Seth came with me. Phenomenal job. Tomorrow, I'm speaking at the Rotary Club. I believe, Jennifer, you're coming with me, and Kathleen, or no, Jeff is coming with me. They do great presentations. Very, very proud of our staff. And then, of course, I've had several site visits throughout the week. Nothing for me.
All right, on mine, I don't know whether, did everybody get a copy of the report from, might have just been me because it's my district out at Mount Plymouth, the golf course, fairways that's being redeveloped, and we've heard from Mrs. Morris and some other people, Cindy, they were concerned about things that were going on out there with the redevelopment of the old fairways. So I'll just ask Jennifer to forward, or Kathleen, that report. I think it's really helpful for everybody to see it in case you get questions about it in the future, but they did a very thorough job and looks like they're getting all of the issues addressed, but it is frustrating at times when things happen during development that aren't supposed to happen. And that brings me to the one other thing I wanted to tell you about that happened this past week. Over on 44B, there's a project that was approved by the city of Eustis. I think it's called Huddle. There were a lot of people that were upset about this project. Well, it had been actually annexed quite a long time ago and had been given its land use under the city's form-based code. And then when it actually came in for site work and site approval, that's when a lot of people became aware of it. They had not been aware of it before. There wasn't a whole lot the council really could do at that point, other than there were some waivers being requested and so forth. So that all happened. It raised a lot of controversy just a couple, maybe a month or so ago. Well, last week, I get a message that there's something going on at Lake Joanna, and it looks like polluted water is going into Lake Joanna. And so I was able to get a hold of Bobby and Butch Hendrick with Water Authority Chair. Bobby got a hold of Justin. And then I reached out to the mayor of Eustis, and I'm driving down 44B I go over to check out our baffle box that's there that's supposed to be cleaning the water before it gets down to the lake. It's totally muddy down there. So I drive down 44B in this one project, Huddle. They're pumping water, dirty, dark, brown water into the swales along 44B. It's traveling along the road, and then it bisects with the canal that goes into Lake Joanna, and it's just pushing water, dirty, icky water into Lake Joanna. Bobby's team, they were able to work to get a boom put out, and I think they put a second curtain to protect the lake. I'm not totally sure at this point on what's happening there. They took water samples to see what was going on with what was actually in the water. The city, I contacted the mayor, the manager of Eustis. They got down there with their code enforcement. They made them shut everything off. They issued a stop work order, and it was not authorized, obviously. And they're going to have to figure out what they're going to do with all their water. The soils don't drain over there, and they've got ponds that are completely dirt ponds that are full of water that's not perking, which you wouldn't really expect over there, that it would perk, because it's like, it's a very bizarre, it's got like a hard pan under it. So anyway, I just wanted to report on that. I really appreciate the fact that county staff, Public Works, everybody bolted into action, Water Authority, and the fact that the city of Eustis immediately got out there and tried to mitigate what was going on, and hopefully, there will be repercussions by the city, by FDEP, because, I just don't see how any contractor could ever think that that was something allowable that that could be done. And unfortunately, hopefully, with the lake, I'm not really sure of the situation there. Hopefully, nothing really bad in that muddy water, and maybe it's all settling at this point. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you for everybody that got involved and tried to mitigate that situation. But it does make you very upset that that a contractor or sub or whomever, decided that they would do something like that, would do it. So that brings us to the end of the meeting. And Commissioner Smith, do you have something a little bit more on the light side to end the meeting with?
I do, because today, of all days, is National Real Sugar Day. So throw down your Sanka and pick up some good sugar and throw it in your coffee. That's all there is.
All right. Okay, with that, we stand adjourned.
Number 2.
Anytime anytime your phone goes off during the meeting, there's we have an actual policy.
Really? $5